Hello and welcome. Te sei assolutamente stupendo. Hello, and we're live with the top four of the Sorcery. Senigallia Sorcery Guild. Yeah, we're live. Welcome. Just a bit of setup and then there. Hello. All right. And we're live.
Only penguin.
Only Penguin is getting started. What about that? No, I can't. I really can't right now. No.
A little bit of
Welcome to our top four of our first season of our guild. No. And
only
we're
penguin.
just getting started. Uh, Before our first match begins, we
No, I
wanted
can't. I really
uh,
can't right now. No.
to give you a small rundown of the deck list of tonight.
Top four of our first season of our guild.
Io credo che
And
we're just okay.
getting
So,
started.
first thing
Before
first,
our
we
first match
have
begins, we
on
wanted
the right side Elena Talucci with her
to give you a small
sorcerer
rundown
deck.
of the deck list of tonight.
It's a it's not really spicy. It's just a fire air deck, which was actually pioneered by our commentator
On the
here,
right side,
Tizo.
Elena Talucci
No,
with her
yeah.
she
Sorcerer deck.
usually plays with the fire and earth, but she switched to air for this
It's
top
not really
four.
spicy.
And
It's just
actually, I think there
a
is
fire
a
air
little bit of
deck,
spice because if
which
I
was
remember
heavily
correctly, she is
pioneered by
running
our
water spot.
commentator here, Tizo.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
And she usually plays with the fire and earth,
Vero.
but she switched to air
Ve l'ho
for
detto
this
3 volte.
top four.
And,
Actually, I think there is a little bit
and
of
yeah,
spice
it's
because if
just
I
all
remember correctly, she
creatures
is running
plus like some
some disruption, like
disruption,
anti
please.
flows.
Yeah.
But
And
also, like compared to Maris, she's running water spasm, which
yeah.
could
Ve l'ho detto
potentially
3
steal
volte.
some games.
Yeah, it actually did in playtest, so
And yeah, it's just
we
all
actually trust her to
creatures
use her again this time.
plus like some
And her site list is
disruption,
just the
like
standard
the
rundown
best side that
that you
that fire and air can
yeah.
offer.
On the other side, we're gonna have Luca
Yeah,
Simoncelli
it
with
actually did
Battle
in
Mage.
playtest, so
um,
we
they're
actually trust
asking me
her
to
to use
start,
her
so
again
we'll
this
start
time.
in just a bit.
And
Um,
her site list is
Luca
just
is gonna go
the
first
standard
actually
rundown
because
best
he's
side
higher
that fire
in
and
the
in the standings.
yeah. On the other side, we're gonna have Luca
Like
Simoncelli with Battle
the
Mage.
deck list is pretty standard, but a little bit
They're
heavier,
asking me
I
to
think,
start,
on
so we'll
the
start
artifact
in just
side
a bit. Yeah.
compared to other battle mages.
Definitely. He uses
Luca
four
is
Waters
gonna
of
go
Paradise,
first
which isn't
actually
actually
because he's higher
a standard card to play in this deck.
in the standings.
Flaming Sword is,
Like
yeah, it's okay.
the deck list,
I
yeah,
mean,
it would definitely help in this matchup since Arena is probably gonna play a lot of small minion that
yeah,
he can hit with the flaming sword.
that's very true. With minimal collateral damage, because yeah, that's the problem of Battle Mage, like hitting a minion and then getting stroke back.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that definitely can be abused by the sorcerer player.
yeah. And yeah, we're gonna begin. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So they actually already played the first turn. Battle Mage has qual è il
Yeah,
titolo?
that definitely can be abused by the sorcerer player.
Che sito è? Ah, flat. Begin. Yeah.
Alright, so
Yeah.
Elena
Okay.
already
So
with the
they actually already
observatory
played the first
with the
turn.
observatory
Battle Mage
was able to
has
look at the her rows, so she might get a strong start. But we see Luca with the tower, which allows him to already get a 3-drop on the board, so a little light on tempo.
so
With the
they actually already
observatory,
played the first turn. Battle Mage
was able to
has
look at the her rows,
so Blue Knight
so
plus
he might
lands.
get a strong start. But we see Luca with the tower, which
Okay.
allows him
Playing
to get
forward.
a 3-drop on the board.
Lone Tower.
So
Hmm.
maybe a 3-drop coming from
Yeah,
Elena.
there's a Phase Assassin right
Ah, yeah.
beside the Battle Mage.
So that's a good start. It's
So Blue
guaranteed
Knight plus lands.
damage We'll see if Luca will stay back
Playing
to
forward,
maybe trade
lone tower.
his assassin right away.
Hmm.
Maybe a 3 drop coming from
Yeah,
Arena.
there's a phase assassin right
Ah, yeah.
beside the battle mage.
So that's a good start. It's
So Blue
guaranteed
Knight lands.
damage.
Ci è arrivato uno spettatore.
È arrivato quindi.
Luca will stay back
Playing
to
forward,
maybe trade
lone tower.
his assassin.
Valley of the Light. What's it gonna be?
3 drop coming from
Yeah,
Arena.
there's a
So
phase
So
assassin right
it's there,
beside the
and
battle
he
mage.
decided to play his side forward. So an aggressive choice.
Ok, no,
And
niente lens.
Mhm.
Solo contro i minion. Valley of the Light.
so he goes aggressive.
Okay.
And
Lens remain on the board.
so maybe he's planning on trading if his assassin with his battle mage to draw a card later. So maybe he has another drop.
Okay. I guess it's a good thing to consider since he can't block the first phase assassin attack, so he's gonna take that anyway, and
Yeah.
then he can strike back
Maybe he's
to draw a
planning
card.
on trading. Yeah, but also he could have waited to get some value out of the lands back.
Yeah,
Maybe he's planning on
I
doing
guess
that
it's a good thing to
later in the game.
consider since he can't block
After all, Elena is
the
going to play a
first
lot of
phase
minions.
assassin attack, so
Yeah,
he's gonna
that's
take
very
that
true.
anyway, and
Yeah.
then he can strike back to draw a card.
Yeah, but
And then I'm
also he could
thinking,
have
okay, poison duel.
so
That's
she
gonna be
gets
true.
2 damage.
Yeah.
Maybe he's planning on doing that.
Volevo
Maybe it
chiedergli
could be a
se,
full
se
la vita ci chiude. Devo
eh,
vedere quanti sono.
sì, se mi dai, se mi ci metti un telefono lì di fianco, magari, tipo 0,10. Questo era per il punch. And then I'm thinking, ok, poison duel. That's gonna be
Devi
true.
mettere il telefono.
No, Lancia non parte.
No, lancia non parte sulle terre.
No,
Ah,
è che ha fatto grapple shot.
grapple shot non parte
Se mi
lancia.
dai
Se mi ci metti un telefono lì di
So
fianco.
we see that Elena is doing a really big push, not only with the 2 damage from the poison well, but also getting some damage in with the Phase Assassin and
No,
getting
lancia
some
non parte sulle terre.
value also.
Ah, Phase
Picking
Assassin
up
da dove è
the
arrivato? Con grapple shot.
he
Grapple shot
attack
non
with the
parte.
battle mage.
Allora non può, grapple shot deve arrivare a battle mage,
See
il
that
proiettile. Ah no,
Elena
eh sì, il
is doing a
proiettile
really big push.
colpisce il primo
Ah, è
spazio in
vero
cui
perché
parte.
non becca solo gli alleati. So we had a little bit of misplay with the rulings.
Yeah, okay.
So it
That's easily corrected.
actually was used to push
Allora
more
non può,
damage
grapple shot
instead
deve
of
arrivare a
getting
battle
some
mage, giusto
value.
per farsi vedere. Ah no, eh sì, il proiettile colpisce il primo
Ah, è
spazio in
vero
cui
perché
parte.
non becca solo gli
Non lo
alleati.
so, boh, no,
non ci
vabbè,
sta,
We
sì,
had
non ci sta.
a little bit of
allora se mi dici la vita,
misplay with the rulings.
yeah, okay.
So we are gonna
Easily corrected.
put the life points in second.
Me ne 17.
Ah no, eh sì, il proiettile 17, 12. Ok.
So we already see that
Allora se mi
Luca
dici la vita.
almost lost the half of his life points.
That's a blue
And
knight.
he is very ahead on board with 2 knights, so he's still harmed with the
Oh,
lance.
great play. Okay. So he gave his lance to his battle mage, dropping it from blue knight and then catching it back with battle mage, just to avoid the damage from fighting the phase assassin.
Yeah, that is definitely a smart move. He probably doesn't need the value from the
Oh,
blue knight as
great.
much
No. Okay.
because he's
So he
gonna
gave his lance
generate a lot
to
with
his
battle
battle mage,
mage, but he
dropping
needs
it from
his
blue
life
knight and
points
then
to
catching it
stay.
back with battle mage, just to avoid the damage from fighting the phase assassin.
Yeah, that is definitely a smart move.
Another side.
He probably
Oh,
doesn't
that's
need the
one
value
damage to the blue knight.
Yeah, we see that
No.
Elena is now getting ahead on a lot with mana since Luca had to skip his side drop his turn.
Yeah, hippogriffs are gonna die. Ok, però lui colpisce prima.
Anche difesa.
Ci stai?
Se c'è una lotta, sì.
Un 4-3 con danno assegnato con lancio, proprio strike.
Yeah, hippogriffs are gonna die. Ok, però lui colpisce prima.
So Elena here forced to push damage instead of trying to get some trades.
Se c'è una lotta, sì.
Strike,
Sì, 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 strike è in a fight. Yeah, hippogriffs are gonna
Okay.
die.
So Elena
Si
here
strikeano in contemporanea.
forced to push damage instead of trying to get some trades.
Se c'è una lotta, Sì, 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 strike meno poi. Luca taking his time.
Faccio Polymorph perché
Polymorph.
upload un sito e quindi ti faccio entrare in una rana.
Alright, so he flooded the site to get the double
Water threshold, yeah.
Rana,
Cosa?
He said
Ah, rano.
rana,
Se usate un dadino blu, se no arrivano. Ok. We're gonna give some tokens to our competitors.
thank you.
So now Elena really behind the board,
Ora
She is.
but deck also has a lot of way to deal damage directly with a lot of minions with charge. And
Yeah, the real problem is getting over Blue Knight's lance, which is on the front line, and just getting your value back, because Sorcerer needs just a bit to, you know, start his engine. And right now Battle Mage seems to be way in advantage.
so we have a Cloud City, I think,
Cloud
coming on
City,
board.
yeah, it's not gonna be able to activate its effect.
No, he has because he has the Cloud City plus the tower and the Valley of the Light.
Oh, Valley of the Light, yeah, yeah, yeah.
So Luca right now has 3
Yeah.
threshold, but also is able to get to
True
2
water
water
thread.
if he needs to.
Yeah, that's a great board state right now for Luca.
So we'll see if Elena tries to sneak some damage in, or just
She...
tries to get back to a favorable board position.
That's quite hard without a bold wipe, you know, without Poison Nova or Earthquake, because she plays air, not earth. So it's gonna be hard to solve this game state right now for Elena.
We see that Elena is decided to draw a site rather than play one with the sorcerer ability.
So she's still got 4 mana available to her. Oh, that's a great move.
So she managed to remove the blue knight.
While
And the
keeping
lens,
the lance
yeah,
on the
the lens
board,
is up
which
for
is free
grabs
to
right now.
take.
Yep.
And
Up
if
for
she
grabs.
has the mana to play a minion, but apparently she doesn't have this.
Yeah, that could have been a Warhorse.
Yeah, that would have been a good Tempest Ring.
Yep.
Because also the Warhorse could have attacked while having the lance to protect himself from the knight.
Yeah, and right now Blue Knight is actually threatening her tower because of Cloud City's movement. Oh, with us then.
Yeah, so more card advantage for Luca while he's also developing more mana, which is something Battle Mage usually struggles with because it wants to attack so much.
Yeah, he doesn't need to actually strike Elena's minions right now because she doesn't have any, so he's got time to... Oh. Okay, that's a legit move. 3 damage.
Schianto per danni lui e gli do la lancia.
Confermi che sei 11, Elena? 5.
5. Faccio
Ah, anche
danni,
qui.
3 di attacco del Blue Knight e 3 del Triple con l'Avatar.
E tu sei a 12.
No, perché 12? No, no. 12.
Ci siamo persi
Ci siamo persi degli attacchi. Sì.
Posto. E io penso con gli altri
So
Marco
the only saving grace for Elena is that now Luca has his part of the board very wide open, so potentially a minion with charge could try and steal the
Yeah.
game.
Oh, magic missiles. Another 3 damage. Yep.
Now we are gonna be in death war next turn probably. You also have to wonder if that missiles were necessary because Luca already had 5 damage on board, so maybe he could have saved that for potentially lead.
Yeah, that's right.
The competitor asked to let him cook.
Se mescolate la mano trema la videocamera, dice Fox. Credo sia Fox. Sì, infatti. Che tremava perché il terreno no, si muove per battaglia.
So Elena is pondering carefully her next move.
That makes sense since she's in a tough position.
Yeah. So we see a rare sorcery movement,
Yep,
which is something that doesn't often happen because
it's because of Blaze, right?
yeah.
So Luca is taking 2 damage from this, plus the attack of the sorcerer. I don't know.
Yeah, so it should go to 6.
So he's
And
6
she
points.
also got rid of the ignite, which is very good for her now.
Yep. So Luca is at 6 points life points and Elena is at 2. Non ha attaccato.
Ma può attaccare?
Poteva attaccare, quindi.
Però dovremmo limitarci a
Sì.
fare
No, ok, ok.
cioè, nel senso, sta da fare.
Sì. Se vuoi, sì. Sì. Decidete voi.
Lui sta giocando a posto di
Sì.
altri.
Ah, ok.
Fai.
Non si per... cioè, pensavo avesse attaccato.
Warning.
No, perché non c'è
Warning, sta roba è gravissima.
Tappo pesco.
Vabbè, non ho considerato avesse attaccato.
So still, Elena is probably going to death dog this turn.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
she must find a way to protect herself.
She's got her frog to protect her right there.
Yeah, but also, Luca could have another missile or something like that.
great
Yeah.
shot.
Lui acqua e faccio... Blink su di lui lo metto qua
Blink.
e pesco.
Alright.
Meno lana, quindi pesco uno.
So he
Okay.
attacked the
Interesting
frog.
move.
Faccio in order to draw
Another
and
missile to go to death dog.
Okay, she's on
And he
DT.
also kind of pinned her in a position where it's gonna be difficult for her to defend herself
dear.
against the boxing mage.
and because how many manas has Elena?
Only
Elena
four.
has 4. Yeah.
She probably doesn't want to play another side because she's probably gonna have to move unless she's planning on putting some defenders down.
Yeah. But that's gonna probably lose to a lot of stuff that Luca could have in his hand.
Yeah, honestly, it's a tough position where Edna is probably gonna lose, so she should try to find what Luca must not have that could save her.
Yeah.
Non si vede, non si vede nemmeno in faccia. Che cazzo sei?
Non ho mai capito. Ho fatto il tutorial. Non...
Spiego io. Fu.
Kind of thinking hard right now.
Let's see if Elena can find the line that can save her.
It's quite hard also because of the site placement right now. She doesn't have many ways to evade a possible magic missile or bolt.
Yeah, Luca definitely made a very smart move with his button mage positioning.
Yeah, okay. She's gonna take a step back.
And side development.
Yeah, that's very true. Also, that Cloud City really helped him make his aggressive moves faster. Okay, Helen Falconer. That may be her saving grace right now.
Yeah, like she will lose anyway to magic missiles, but at this point she just has to pray that Luca doesn't have it.
Yeah, at that point you just pray. Either that or you have Festival Cruise.
It's not that impossible that Luca doesn't have any muscle anymore.
Yeah, he
He
already
only played
used
one.
two,
Two.
no,
Two?
two misses and one grapple shot, I think.
Okay, okay. He also drew a lot in this game.
Yeah.
E attacco se pari si sta per
Ah, yeah, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
yeah. That's later right now. Okay.
So we're gonna go to game two, and we're gonna see if Elena has some side deck cards that can help her turn the matchup around.
Okay. And it's 1-0 for Luca. We're gonna take a look at the deck list just to find out what the sideboard is right now. I mean, Elena could...
Maybe I want.
L'hanno già vista, open.
Open.
Sì.
Yeah, but
Okay. I mean,
yeah, she has some things that maybe
oh,
could help,
yeah, like
but
this card could definitely give her an edge over some of his lance minions, or
yeah, but you also have to wonder if it's actually worth it, or if your main game plan should be more effective against Bottom Mage. Because like on paper, I think the matchup should be in Anna's favor. It's just that Luca, I think, had a really strong start,
yeah, that's true.
while Anna didn't get too low to the ground, which is something that Sorcerer, especially this kind of list, should try to do.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, this other card could help her if she can get the advantage in the early turns.
Still, it has a really high cost, I think.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
also
and the
you
problem
gotta
is
keep
that
in mind the battle mage mobility.
It's difficult to position it in a way where it's gonna
Always
be
effective and
Yeah,
yeah,
and it
not
isn't a
damaging
detriment to
yourself.
her. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, that's
exactly.
right.
What
That's
does
right.
Luca have in his side?
Okay, let's take a look.
uh,
Okay, that's a very spicy sideboard for Luca. Um,
Yeah, I think that
this
yeah,
is a weird
that
card.
could help in this matchup, I guess.
Yeah,
But
and
also, as we talked about earlier,
uh-huh.
like definitely this card, yeah, exactly this one could be
Okay.
very strong.
Yeah, this one could be like sort of a good card to play against her if it wasn't for the high mana cost, because it can keep her creatures at bay. Uh, because Fire Air Sorcerer isn't a deck which plays more than 3 power minions, so
Yeah.
this card
almeno delle
could
tre, quindi
keep them in check.
vinci con due partite. Almeno delle tre. Non ho idea. Dopo non ho idea.
Eliminazione sì. No,
No.
Ma penso che anche a fronte, perché vinci fra i due, vinci solo due, batti poi.
no, no, eliminazione sì. Cioè chi perde perde. Fa una piega tautologico.
Incredibile.
This is a weird choice.
I wonder
I guess
What the
what's
reasoning
happening
was,
again.
yeah, yeah.
Maybe against like Earth decks with punch buster, I guess.
we
Yeah.
have enough allies, so
I don't really know. Well, an ally is also the avatar itself, so it could be like against Pudge Butcher or something like that. Sì, sì, vedi.
I don't know, flexing
Oh.
sorcerer right now.
Okay. Yeah, sì, la live rimarrà comunque nel canale, quindi si può anche vedere dopo. Allora, il canale di Sorcery è stato creato, ma
non era
non
disponibile,
poteva andare in
non
live, quindi ho
poteva andare
usato
in
il mio
live.
Abbiamo
personale. Sì.
scoperto solo oggi le policy di YouTube.
Grazie YouTube.
Grazie YouTube.
Okay, so the rules of the league, we had a bi-weekly tournament every Monday, every 2 Mondays. We gathered here to play in local best of one games using the Play Network site. Then we had some standings. We kept track of the standings. We had 10,
10 total
10 tournaments,
yeah.
10 total tournaments, yeah. We counted the best 5 tournaments for each player, and every win gave 3 points. We tallied up the points, and these were almost the top 4 players after these 10 tournaments. Actually, there should be
Yeah,
me and Tizo, but we decided to cast and judge. So
yeah. Also, I haven't been playing Sorcery for like months or so.
okay,
So it looks like game 2 is starting.
okay, and
Of
Elena is
course,
on the play.
Elena is on the play now.
Okay, beacon for 1 mana
Okay,
and pass.
and pass.
Yeah, like she has a lot of sites that can give her more than 1 mana. So within the beacon usually isn't that big of a deal, especially if you need
Also considering that she's against Battle Mage, which
Yeah.
doesn't play that much minions.
Yeah,
Okay,
but beacon does count battle mage.
that's a true sight crossbow, if I'm not mistaken.
Which was one of the cards in Lucas sideboard.
Yeah, and bearer as rend and can target stealth units, so that's gonna be great against Phase Assassin.
Yeah, but also like Phase Assassin will be on the void when it has stealth, so
Yeah.
not as great. But what is very strong about giving range to battle mage is that
Yeah.
you can
Doesn't take any damage.
exactly you can
Yeah.
trade the minion without taking the damage. Even though I don't think battle mage triggers when he kills a minion this way.
Yeah, it does.
It does?
Yeah,
Oh,
it does.
then
No,
it's
he has to attack. No, he has to attack and
Okay.
kill a minion. So this is a tap ability, so he doesn't draw again after
Right.
two sip.
So we see a tower from Elena, which will allow her to get a 3-drop on the board this turn. I guess
Yeah.
it's gonna be the
It's definitely
assassin.
not gonna be a fire minion. Yeah, that's a phase assassin right there, and it's outside the range of the battle bank right now. So
Yeah, she's probably preventing Luca, who is actually a very smart move because
Yeah.
Luca could have placed the site right under the phase assassin to target it with the.
okay, we got bolt, firebolt, tooth fairies, and a rear of flame.
Ribadisco i nomi. Ok, per la scoperta del cazzo che
Maybe we should say thank you.
Thank you to our store owner, Gabriele
Gabriele
Fattori,
Fattori.
our store owner, for providing us a space to play this beautiful game. And
For
he's
shit
now
posting
trolling.
in
Yeah,
chat.
he's shit posting in chat right now. Thank you so much, Gabriele, for giving us this space to play. Okay, so Battle Mage.
Decide to move ahead instead
How?
of placing a.
No, he. Okay, right. No. How did that happen? Come si è mosso Battle Mage in avanti? Scusa. Ah, Blink. Blink.
Okay, so Battle Mage was blinked, and that actually gave Elena the opportunity to use her sided disenchant to get rid of the crossbow right away and push some damage with the Phase Assassin.
Great move, and it's great to see our players actually using the sideboards effectively right now.
Also, Luca is now also at 17.
Yeah, Luca is now at 17. And right now, he could attack the Phase Assassin while sacrificing his
He would
other
go
3
very down on
points.
tempo, and also he still doesn't have any water threshold.
Yeah, that's true.
So
that's
that's definitely a tough choice. And it looks like he decided to play a site, which
Another
is another
air
hair
site.
site, which is very notable, but he has 4 mana now.
Gary Hippogriff, yeah. Okay.
And he decided to go on the offensive rather than trading.
Okay, 3 points of damage for Elena right now.
So
Elena's turn. She drew a spell. Drawing a side.
rather than playing.
Okay.
It's an interesting choice. Maybe she's looking for a second
Oh,
fire threshold. And we see an aggressive push with the phase assassin.
and
So sending Luca to 13 and then passing
okay.
right away. So no spells played other than the Toshama trinket.
That still puts her in the advantage right now. Um, Battle Mage definitely needs a water threshold to, cast his polymorphs, his shrinks.
And basically half of them.
Yeah. Okay, Pond is a great move, great site right now, and he's spreading on the left and on the right.
But I missed it. What happened to the progress?
Cos'è successo agli ippogrifi?
Ah,
Firebolt.
mi sono perso che tirato. So era una casa da Firebolt
In
plus
te,
turn.
But
ha ragione.
Sean Brad want to donate to the shop. How can it be so?
Yeah.
Okay.
maybe you should start
Okay.
banning someone from the chat.
Okay,
That might
Blue Knight
happen.
with Lance. He's not gonna play a beast. That's gonna be a good defensive move against another attack from the face assassin, maybe.
Yeah, even with the Tersham, it can get over the knight.
Yeah. Okay, sorcerer and tapping to play a side, probably.
Yeah, we see.
Yeah,
He
Valley of the
values
Light.
the light, getting down probably for the second fire threshold.
Yeah. Fire. Chiesto lui, eh. Okay. And I was thinking about her next move. Right now she has 4 mana.
Yeah, but also like strongest 4-drop Boudica requires 3 fire sites, so that's not an option. And
Also, Boudica right now
yeah,
wouldn't
wouldn't
really
be
be
there.
useful. Yeah.
Because the Blue Knight is stopping her from attacking freely
Yep.
Luca's sides.
Yeah, the Blue Knight is quite a pesky creature in defense because of that lance.
And we'll see good positioning from Luca because the Blue
Yeah.
Knight right now can defend any site and
That's
also
true.
can potentially go on the offensive the next turn.
Luca was actually the underdog for this tournament because Battle Mage isn't very well regarded in our scene right now.
So we see Elena sacrificing her phase assassin to get some damage with the hippogriffs.
Yeah, that's 3 damage on Luca's name.
Sì, sì, abbiamo visto.
Confermate che siete 10 a 17. Perfetto.
So half of Luca's life is gone.
Yeah, and that's gonna make it really hard for Luca to use his battle mage effectively.
Yeah, especially because also hippogriff flies, so he can't trade right now with anything.
Yeah.
Might have to use like a grapple shot or misses. Otherwise, he's gonna take another 3 damage probably next turn.
Another
No, we see an hippogriff coming from blue.
Okay, that's gonna be a trade.
He switched from the aggressive lines he was taking at the start of the game
3
to
damage.
some more defensive plays.
10 to 14 right now.
Well, I think that the match is following basically the same tempo as the previous one. So Lucas playing aggressively while Elena trying to stabilize the board.
3.4. Non credo di aver capito la domanda, Jonathan. So it's Elena's turn. Bolt on the Blue Knight. Okay. Helen Falconer.
So probably enter a
Paliburi
bat.
bats. Yeah. That's basically the only beast with a mana cost of 2 and airborne
It really fits.
anyone wants to play. Yeah.
But you also have to consider that against Battle Mage, these are two creatures that can give Lucas some more cards in hand.
I mean, Paliburi bats can't be attacked by Battle Mage, so
Yeah, that's true.
Why that?
because it has got airborne. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, that's gonna be 3 damage on Elena's name. Oh, not yet. Elena can defend. Yeah. Okay, so if she defends, then Battle Mage gets another card, but that's
She
also
also
gonna be
pushes 1 damage
yeah,
and then 2
one.
more next turn with the Paliburi Bats.
Yeah.
So she has to value card advantage against life.
Overraised because at the same time also prevents its damage.
Yeah, and right now Elena is the only player with creatures on board. Screaming Skull. So l'attacco quindi è andato? Ok. So she decided to take the damage.
And Luca playing the Screaming Skull after.
Yeah. Okay. It's Elena's turn again, and she isn't in that bad of a position right now.
Yes, she can push 3 damage and potentially get her creature away from the bottom mage to prevent card advantage from Luca. But also she could decide to keep the Falconer behind to shield some
defend.
damage.
Yeah.
But consider that she didn't do it last turn and also there is a Screaming Skull that she could
Yeah. You kind of want to sacrifice your Falconer right now. Paliburi bats can't be attacked, so I mean you can keep it, but Falconer really needs to go. Otherwise, Luca's gonna untap, draw, and then attack again. Oh, cool.
4 damage with
4
Red
damage,
Cap
yeah.
Power is equipped with the Torshama Trinket. And some attacks on the bottom mage.
So both minions are attacking the battle mage, so that's gonna be 3 more damage.
Vado a 7 per il suo attacco. I meno 3 per loro, però loro muoiono.
No, vai a 6 per l'attacco perché c'è la trinket.
Quindi vado a 3.
Wow.
Okay, great move. And Sorcery is still untapped.
Yes. So she is preventing Luca from getting some card advantage while pushing damage thanks to the Screaming Skull, which is a very good move.
Yeah,
also,
great move.
Her creature couldn't push because the only sides that were near were her sides. So maybe you could argue it was some bad positioning of the Falconer from
Yeah,
her.
that's true. I thought about it as well because Falconer could have been summoned to the Valley of the Light, and maybe it could have prevented his sacrifice. So she's tapping to draw 1 more card, and she only spent 1 mana, but she's passing the turn.
No, she spent the 3 for the red card. So
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, bottom mage swinging possibly. Yeah, 3 damage.
And he's probably about to play something like a polymorph or
Grapple shot. Yeah. Yeah.
So Luca once had clearing the board while drawing more cards.
3 a 8. Just want to make sure.
But Elena plays a lot of charge minions, so she might send to Luca to death door this turn.
Yeah, that's possible. Especially, yeah, with charge minions on hand. and that's one of them.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
two of
two.
them.
with
I
the
don't know.
door
Yeah,
chamber,
yeah, that's death door.
that door to
Yeah,
look up.
yeah. Okay, and Elena still has 8 life points to her name, so
And she has decided to move away, maybe to
Avoid grapple shot,
yeah,
I
to
guess.
prevent
yeah,
grapple shots, that's a good move.
because that's the only thing that could send her to death door this turn, probably.
And Battle Mage can't attack Warhorse without some kind of priority. Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah.
So we saw a shrink on the horse.
Great use of Screaming School right now.
Yeah,
Drawing a
probably
card.
trying to get a safe position while trading the words.
Yeah, that's not really a safe position because it is in range of, her sorcerer attacking.
Yeah, but like anything else would have put the bottom is probably in range of the horse somehow.
Yeah.
And he will probably move again now that the bottom edge is
Untapped,
untapped,
yeah.
unless he feels like he needs the fifth mana to some kind of defense between him and the sorcerer.
And to be fair, I don't think there's really, room to escape.
Yeah, he could only go to the
Yeah,
lookout.
because like if Elena has fireballs, she could always
Just move the sorcerer. And
Yeah, that's
to
still the
follow.
best way he could have escaped right now, moving to the lookout site.
But also hippogriff would be.
Oh, phase assassin, yeah.
Look
That's a
at
weird
trying
positioning
to
for a
find
phase assassin.
a position to get Elena into death door.
Yeah, but that's a really weird position to for phase assassin to get summoned in because it can defend.
Yeah, but it's also kind of in the middle where it could go back to Lucas' sides or go.
Yeah, but not on the
attacking.
lookout.
Yeah,
Uh,
sure.
I
He
think that-
probably valued the stealth more than
Yeah.
having some kind of defense.
I don't know when you're in that position. I don't know if that's really a reasonable move, but
I mean, at this point, you kind
Kinda
of
pray,
have
yeah.
to pray
Yeah.
that she doesn't
Yeah.
have some way to close the
If
game
it
right
has
away.
something to close, I think the phase assassin doesn't really make any difference.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Elena is pondering her move, I think. But she didn't untap. Di chi è il turno?
Di Elena? Hai
Non hai
stampato?
stappato il sorge. O hai già pescato? Ah, ok. So she didn't untap to draw two right away. That's why we were confused. So she is pondering her next move, which probably means that she doesn't have lethal right away. Just what Luca was hoping for, probably.
Yeah. That means Helena has uh, more cards which possibly.
Oh, we see a fist for cross
For grapple
grapple
shot, yeah. Yeah.
which will probably slow down Luca just enough for Elena to find some way to close the game before going to.
Yeah, Grapple
Death
Shot and Atlantean Fate are arguably the best cards Luca could have.
And Atlantean Fate is a defensive card, while Grapple Shot is an offensive card.
Yeah, but I mean, if Luca plays Atlantean Fate right in the middle of Elena's four sides, that's gonna spell death for her because she can't play any card.
Because just void all the thresholds.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I see. Non ordinary.
Ah, ok, quindi avrebbe
So-
comunque la torre.
Yeah.
Mm.
So she will have just one,
Dark Tower, yeah.
Which is probably not enough to
Yeah,
kill
because
Luca.
Hippogriff
Requires
needs
true air
true
threshold, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
She
That
wouldn't
will
have
slow
any
it down.
chance of that.
But
Also,
you gotta consider that Luca doesn't have the second water threshold right now.
Yeah, so
Yeah, but also like now Luca's position looks much better than last turn because Elena didn't put any threat on the board, and now the bottom mage can retreat safely to the back of Luca's
Yeah,
battlefield.
that's
where
what he was hoping
chargers
for
can't
probably.
reach him.
Okay, 3 damage for Elena, so she goes down to 5 life points.
he still pushes damage.
Yeah, it's oh,
You see.
that's a bold move, right?
I mean,
Oh, plus bolt. Okay, so that's gonna spell death for her
So
too.
Luca banking on Elena not having any way to
That's,
close the game, but that's
yeah.
a very risky move
Yeah.
because even something like a violin could close the game right now.
0.
But it's true that it could have closed the game last turn too, and Elena didn't have
Even though
anything.
Elena's still thinking,
But
so
she drew two cards, and she really has a lot of ways to deal that last bit of damage.
yeah, it could be anything ranging from violin to Petrusian cavalry to Saracen
So we see
raiders.
Luca here
Crossing
crossing his
his finger.
fingers,
She's taking another
praying for
card.
a 2-0
She isn't
victory.
smiling right now. She isn't smiling.
That word spasm probably not helping right now. Oh, she said it out of
Da una trombola. Mm? Non possono morire finché qualcuno non muore prima. Quindi si mena la vicenda e non succede niente.
L'altro lì che ha cambiato.
Sì. E chiedi Fox dov'era? Grazie. Che se vince Luca siamo messi male.
Alright, so we see Elena going for Budica,
Ah,
ma i tre fuoco.
I tre fuoco non ce l'ha. Qui non può giocare
so
Budica.
that's an
She
illegal
can't
move.
play Budica, so she
She was, of course, she's banned from the tourney. Of course.
Of course, of course.
You would expect our top four players to know
Yeah,
how to play
the
and how to
threshold.
count their threshold.
Yeah,
But the game is still very new, especially around
the game
here,
is
so
young.
the
Yeah,
rules aren't yet ingrained in our players.
our scene actually was born in September. We didn't have any product until November. Yeah, until November. So we had to make do with pre-con decks for 2 months, and
And-
people are still very new to the game.
Yeah. Also, pre-con decks don't really teach you to check your thresholds.
She passed?
Oh, she's conceding, so we have our.
No, she hasn't conceded yet.
Oh, okay.
And that's a magic
Well,
missile.
yeah.
That's gonna close the game,
Yeah.
which puts us in a difficult position because our fourth
One of
player,
the-
yeah, isn't arrived yet.
So I guess we are gonna take a break and come as soon as the other semifinalist
Yes.
arrives.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
See you later.
See you later. And well, actually, we're gonna maybe just show our faces a bit and talk about the game.
I mean, I don't know how long
Well,
Fox has before he's here. Mi può passare.
Non è possibile.
Dai, togli sta merda.
No. Le lance vuoi dire? Ok.
Basta
So,
anche solo che lo
Perché
abbassi,
sono
tipo,
brutte? Cioè, sono-
un po', sì.
però le scritte.
No,
Ma spostalo tipo
Beh, adesso
di
ma chi
di
se ne
lato.
frega, ma lascia le scritte, togli il rosso.
Qui facciamo così
Ma
direttamente.
sì.
Ok.
Oh.
Okay. Okay. So we're visible, all three of us right now, and hmm?
So, so we are trying to see where our last semifinalist is. And meanwhile, do we want to interview our first winner?
Yeah, Luca, come here to me. Don't have an interview. Yeah, please,
About
please.
the match. I'm gonna leave you my place.
Hello.
Hi, Luca.
Hello.
Hi, Luca.
Chiudi.
Well, how was the matchup? How did you feel going against Elena's Sorcerer, which is a list that actually
Maybe you can conduct the interview in Italian.
no, I mean there are still English people watching. Yeah,
Oh,
we
okay.
gotta speak English. And yeah, you know, Fire Saucer was kind of a menace all throughout the league, especially when our Tizo made it popular, and
Yeah, of course.
you know, how did you feel, you know, going against him?
I mean, it wasn't easy, especially in the second game because I was going purely on luck because I was in my hand. I had in my hand a cat,
Mm.
polymorph, and the knight, so I
And you
couldn't
didn't
do
see
anything.
your water threshold all
No.
throughout the game.
No,
Okay.
I didn't want to draw a side even because if I would draw water side, still I wouldn't be able to kill her. So
Yeah, that's true.
Makes sense.
so I prayed for a bolt or something like that.
And Well, in the end, you came out like as a victor. What was the deciding play that you think
Made you
gave you the
possible.
advantage? Yeah.
Uh,
What's the turning
I
point?
didn't want to trade in this
Mm.
board,
Mm-hmm.
or I would. I tried to not do it the less as possible because
That
if I go on the late game with sorcerer,
Yeah.
I lose. I don't have the resources,
Yeah.
so I have to close the game soon.
Okay. And that's what you managed to do. So, well, thank you
Congrats.
for giving us the interview. Congrats
you.
and good luck on the
Thank you.
finals. We'll just wait. Okay, our finalist has arrived, so we're gonna get ready to see Alberto Volpe against Alex Verdini,
yeah.
which actually are two of our favorites to win, since
We have to say that the
oh, cosa? Cosa hai detto? Io l'ho estratto. Ho estratto quelli che sono arrivati. Sì, Benz mi ha detto fai errato, io ho fatto errato.
wow.
Wow. Tutto da rifare. Tutto da rifare. Vabbè, ne riparleremo. Ne riparleremo. Non ho capito. No. Well, we're gonna see Alberto Volpe against Alex Bertini, and they're two of our top players. Actually, I mean, they fared
They
really
managed
well.
to score the highest score.
Yeah, the highest score aside from us commentators. And
Do we want to look at the list while we wait for the players to get ready for the
okay, yeah, we're gonna have a look at the deck list. No, I don't know if I can. No. No. Okay, 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 wait, wait. Okay, so we're gonna take a look at Alex's list first. It's a air earth druid.
yeah, which
Full
is something he
earth.
has been playing
I know.
toward the end of the league
Yeah,
after kind of cycling between many decks, and I like that he is playing the bar engine, which is
yeah.
something I was experimenting with at the end of the season, but I didn't have a chance to test it out. So we're gonna see how it's gonna perform in these semifinals.
So this kind of list is not just for druid. I think that some avatars can
Yeah,
play
they can
similar
benefit
kind of
from this.
strategies
Yeah.
there, except sorcerer as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Sorcerer, FS Sorcerer is good, especially with pigs, with the pig engine. No. Però se vuoi potete fare comunque non stream. Ok. And and
You can
you
see
can also use Geomancer with a similar list, like our Penguin actually did, placing second in the Winter Cup of Wonders in
yeah,
Prato.
without the bar engine though.
Without
Yeah,
the border.
yeah, without the board
Yeah.
engine.
But you also have to consider that Druid give you access to some powerful cards like Dream
Dream
Quest
Quest, also, yeah,
and
Dream Quest, and
the Unlikely Alliance.
yeah,
And also, I think something that might be unnoticed is Gigantism on
yeah, Gigantism
Tony
is
can definitely do some unexpected damage.
yeah, that's gone. Yeah, that could be 7 damage on board just because you have your bird on the enemy's side plus Gigantism. And yeah, Dream Quest is a card that it looks made right for Druid. Unlikely Alliance is another great card because both Tony and Bruin are of unique rarity.
So it's very easy to draw at least two cards off of it and potentially even three.
Yeah, a point of contention could be the 4 copies of Common Sense plus the 4 copies of Grapple Shot. I mean, Common Sense could be a tempo loss right now.
Why
Yeah.
that? I mean,
Because, you
it,
know, yeah, yeah, you know, Common
Our
Sense.
semi-finalist is criticizing our
Our
commentary of the
commentary.
game.
But our semi-finalists should remember who beat him almost every time. 5-3. Yeah.
okay.
And then we should take a look at Alberto's list.
Yeah, Alberto's running Archimago today.
So something that is definitely unexpected because he has never played on the league this deck before. So maybe something that the other players were not prepared with against
Yeah,
tonight.
for this matchup, they went to prepare. I mean, Alberto is famous for playing control decks anyway, so Archimago was the actual last step he could take in this sense.
Yeah, but he is
He
more known for that speaker
that
probably.
speaker,
So
yeah.
I would imagine that that's what the other players were expecting.
He started with that speaker. He actually experimented with Enchantress, then Pathfinder with a Ponza theme, site destroying theme. Yeah, yeah, Enchantress, Pathfinder, and Seer. Seer. He played Seer in multiplayer. He was kind of fun, I could say. Oh yeah, yeah. He also played Seer at our last tournament
Okay.
here,
You
and
kindly
yeah,
command the list.
yeah. It's. I feel I can't speak about Archimago for a long time, so I'll try to contain myself. We got some weird choices. The first weird choice is to not play fire in this list because Archimago has proven to be quite effective with Poison Nova, maybe Mad Dash, and Firebolts, especially when you can use Philosopher's Stone to your advantage to maybe use a Common Sense plus another card for of another element just to take advantage of it.
Yeah,
And
maybe he was trying to have a more
Save.
agile mana base.
yeah, the mana page is definitely more agile this way. Um, Even though Quagmire is effective, but Earth's Archimago usually runs Chains of Prometheus, which actually you can find
In the
here.
So
sideboard.
Yeah,
maybe
in the
something that
sideboard.
could come out.
Power of Flight is a cantrip which is slightly worse than Blink, especially when you have this number of minions, but you can use it without a target because it doesn't target, just to draw another card.
Yeah, and he is also already running for Blink, so
Yeah,
maybe he
so
wanted the extra consistency of
E
having many
comincia
draw
chi è più in
cards.
alto in classifica. Ok, ok. Okay, and we see Gigantism, we see 2 copies of Cave-In, which is kind of weird but useful. Also flanking maneuver just to draw another card, probably. Okay, and we're gonna
So it
get...
looks like the game is about to start,
Okay,
and we have Alex going first.
so
yeah.
I will ask Lais what does he think about the matchup. So if Archimago has some kind of room to control Druid or
I mean, I played um, this matchup against Alex for quite a while, almost the entirety of the season.
even though with a different deck list, you said.
Yeah, yeah, I used Fire, Earth, and the Archimago, and I didn't have too many issues. But it's a swingy matchup. It really depends on who can get the advantage first, and if you can get your board wipes in your hand and the mana to cast them. That's really crucial because Druid can become quite difficult to manage very fast. But Nomolos is gonna help him.
Mm.
Okay, Nomolos. Plus a village from Alex's side, so he's gonna get 2/1/1/1 minions.
For basically free.
Yeah, for free.
But also you
Oh,
have to
Gormin
consider that
points.
Alex list is kind of different compared to the one you are used to facing, and we see already him getting a lot of creatures already on the board.
On the Varmint Warrens, so they can't be targeted because they're both beasts.
Yeah, but you also have to consider that exactly like this, Alberto is probably not gonna put a site
That's
for
also
Alex to attack right away from the varmint.
yeah. Observatory for Alberto. And he very wisely decides to not play a site in front of his one.
And he's blinking away
Yeah, that's a good move.
to get some early card draw and
Even
starts
though
digging his deck
all
for
four
powerful
of
cards.
Alex creatures can get inside the Nomolos, Alex has basically emptied his hand.
Yeah, that's one of the weak points of Druid that it doesn't have a way to generate card advantage on its own.
A Gothic Tower is coming into play. We're gonna see where Alex wants to put it. If he prioritizes getting in with his weaker creatures, okay. Seems like he wants to, and he's got 4 mana in his hands.
But yeah, he's
Oh,
gonna
Picks of the
play
Sander.
some pieces of the Sander which cannot enter the Inyam Hollow.
So he's gonna play them in the back. Squeakers, Tony, the Boar, and the Soldier all going up one step, while Picks of the Sander staying the back.
Yeah, probably
And they can't be
playing around
targeted.
some kind of
Yeah, but a bolt doesn't target. So if he wanted to get rid of them, he
yeah.
could.
Also, like they would have been safer against Bolt with all the other minions on the same side.
Yeah. Also, if Picks of the Sander really end up taking a lightning bolt on the head, there's a possibility of Grindelwald Boar getting in on the play.
Yeah.
Getting in play.
So Alberto definitely has to consider if he wants to take that risk if
Yeah,
he has a lightning bolt in hand.
we're sorry for our Cockney accent, but that's what we're that's what we learned to to speak.
Yeah, blame
Blame
Italian
our teaching
education.
system. Yeah.
Cockney.
That's very Italian. Okay, that's a Quagmire, I think. And that's a Root
some root
Spider.
spider
Yeah,
under the new model. So a really big stop to Alex offense.
yeah, and Alex doesn't really run anything to contest Root Spider, I think.
Um, Not directly.
Yeah,
No, there's nothing to
I don't
contest
know
them.
if he's maybe running the side that gives the ability to
Yeah,
go.
Yeah, apart from
yeah,
Feast of the Four Crows,
he's
of
really
course.
prepared for the Archimago matchup with Sheet Maiden and Root Spider, actually.
Yeah, so he might have to struggle in game one, but he has some teams that can come in for
Yeah.
the game.
Even
two
though
and
Tony
three.
gets in for 1 damage anyway.
Yeah, Tony might definitely be the key to this matchup, being hard to remove and being able to kind of go around all of
No,
Archimago's defenses.
Yeah. Now Alberto has to decide where to put his Root Spider. Even though Pix on the Sander can't get in Normals.
We'll just see that Alex is kind of splitting his offense by keeping some minions on one side and some minions on another to
Yeah,
kind of
that's an
get around.
especially good move when you don't have to deal with Poison Nova.
Yeah,
Mm,
yeah.
I-
The only thing that can completely clear the board right now would be a network, but
correct,
that's
exactly.
2 mana shy right now.
Yeah,
So-
unless he's got a tower in his hand.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
he probably. I don't know if he even has a site in his hand. Alberto's taking his time.
Yeah, like even the position of this net site is a difficult choice because
Yeah.
wherever he puts it, it kind of opens new paths for Alex to start attacking.
Blink.
So we see a blink, probably drawing one more card to
I think he drew a
value
site.
his options. Yeah, he probably didn't like the sites he had access to.
Holy
And we
ground.
see a holy ground.
Okay, so going back to 20.
Yeah, kind of wasted, let's say, site, but maybe add something else in hand that is saving.
The issue is that Alberto right now has 3 Earth Threshold, which could be good for Divine Healing, and only 1 Air Threshold. which doesn't look to be a problem,
Yeah,
even though the
it's always
placement of
for like Fistful Claws, which is not, I think, a
yeah.
card that is very impactful in this
Yeah,
matchup.
and
I don't really agree with Sisters of Avalon's placement right now, but
why that?
because he could have played them on the observatory in the space on the left,
Uh-huh.
just to be able to defend against Tony. Also because Pigs on the Thunder can't get
Can attack direct
yeah.
on
And he didn't move his root spider, or he did? Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
He did.
he
Okay,
did.
okay,
He
okay. So,
did
so yeah, he
so he
doesn't have
didn't.
to defend
Yeah, and he
against
just
that.
wants to put these sisters where
Okay,
they
no, no,
would be.
that's a good move. I didn't see the root spider. Okay, that's a trade. Pigs now get to reveal some cards, and there doesn't seem to be any Pigs of the Sounder.
Yeah, so
Okay.
we see a whip.
Yeah, rare whiff from the Squeakers.
I
Not
don't
that
think
rare.
it's so rare
No,
actually.
no, it's not. Especially with context. Okay, so Alberto isn't in a too bad of a position right now. Cosa?
un altro gioco.
So Blink.
So we see a common sense for Blink is probably trying to blink his peaks on the other side
Yeah,
so that
on the
they
holy
can
ground.
start pushing some significant damage.
Yeah, and they're really far away from the root spider, so yeah, they're gonna push for 3
That's
damage.
what you said before. So Alex is trying to diversify
Yeah.
his attacks, streamline.
Yeah, it's now a little bit safer against Earthquake,
Definitely.
but you also have to notice that, like, other than the peaks, everything that's it's kind of blocked.
Yeah, foot soldiers can't get in because of root spider, and Alex doesn't have an out for it in this in his main deck, and it's just the wild boar and the pigs of the sun that who are really pushing the damage right now. Oops, sbagliato. Alberto's taking his time.
How many viewers?
3. Okay, maybe it's
Siamo noi.
no, non credo. Lui sì, questo sì. Ok, anche io no. Well, that's better than nothing. Orb of Babel, and that's gonna be everything that Albert can do this turn.
So he's probably setting up for a big play next turn.
Yeah.
But he's also gonna take a lot of damage and it looks like some other players are distracting our competitors. We might need to take some disciplinary action.
I'm sorry, Laurie, you're gonna get out.
You're banned.
You're banned. Okay, windmill.
So
That's the secondary side I see from Alex.
So we also see that Alex now has a way to kind of get his speeds away from the Archimago, which kind of makes them safer and helps him once again diversify uh, his position to be less vulnerable to big board wipes.
Yeah, I mean, I think Alberto isn't going to use his board wipes right now. I think he wants to use maybe a magic missile, which now is doubled thanks to the orb or something like that.
And we
But
see
hippogriffs are taking another toll on his life.
yeah,
And
plus the pigs and the boars, so he's
yeah.
now at 9 life. So the game is going very fast, which is something that Archimago doesn't really want.
Okay. We're, we're having foot soldiers right now outside our doors.
Adesso sono tutti buttati fuori.
I know, entrano. Okay, I think I missed something. Oh, there's a Wormlong town. Wormlong town.
So what was
I think the pigs
we see
died.
the
Oh,
yeah, we see the pigs missing once again. So not a lucky game for Alex. It looks like.
that's like the third one or the second one.
I think it's the second one that we
Yeah.
saw triggering and not hitting anything. But like
Oh,
pigs isn't very likely to
then
hit.
probably was a double bolt.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Hippogriff died and double bury. Double bury. Okay. Siete 9 a 20, vero? Ok.
So now Alex is gonna have to kind of rebuild his board, but the Atlas is kind of now more open with more ways for him to push some damage. So we
Okay.
see Alex carefully planning his next move.
I think it's still Fox's turn. Okay, Divine Healing. Getting him to 16.
So really not a very good position for Alex right now because he doesn't really have any more good board presence.
Yeah,
And
both the pigs and the hippogriffs were the only ones who were dealing damage aside from the boars. And Root Spider is really taking a toll on Alex's tempo play right now.
yeah, I also think that maybe the foot soldiers should have been moved a while ago, probably.
Yeah, that's very true. That's
They
very
are
true.
doing absolutely nothing right now.
Even though if Alex decides to move his foot soldiers, probably Fox would move his Root Spiders.
Yeah, but that would free up.
Yeah.
So we see some movement after now. Alex still trying to keep his minions as far away as he can.
Yeah.
But that
Spread
is
out.
making it very difficult for him to deal some damage.
Yeah, Alex's minions are all spread out, but they're not too impactful, especially with a Divine Healing in the graveyard right now, which could be doubled up by Orb of Barbarian. Unless Alex has an out to the orb, probably Alberto's gonna take some big advantage in the following turns, especially since right now he's at 6 mana, only 2 sides away from possible Craterize.
Yeah, but we could see something like I don't remember if he plays Buried or some kind of
Alex.
yeah, Alex.
Yeah, Alex does have like
Yeah,
for common sense,
he
which
can go for a
Iburi
common
or
sense
Dispel,
for
yeah.
Iburi, yeah.
Yeah.
So he has some house to the orb. But
Also,
he probably needs to find them fast before he completely takes over the game.
I have to say, is not really already in a recoverable spot. I would say.
no, definitely not. Even though Bruin isn't probably going to solve anything right now. Assorted animals? Okay.
So he's looking for more threats, I guess.
Maybe pigs?
But you have also to consider that like taking pigs costs a lot of mana, so I don't think
Yeah.
you would be able to play them right away.
And you gotta feel in a rush right now, especially because the more you let Archimago, develop his game plan.
Oh, he is taking. That's a good move because
Yeah.
like you want instant damage against Archimago because it's so good at clearing the board, and Grandolborg does just that. So he's kind of taking a blank turn.
Yeah, just to
because
set
he
up for the
can
next.
play anything right now, but it's probably better this way because whatever he puts on the board is probably getting cleared by the board. But
Yeah, the only way the boss can be stopped right now is with a pebble path, probably. But I don't see any sight in Alberto's hand right now. He's gonna ponder his next move very carefully.
yeah, you also have to consider that taking 5 damage to the board isn't a lot if you have a double divine healing in
Yeah,
your graveyard.
that's very true. Alberto's smiling, and he found something. Oh, he found the thing he wanted to find, but he
But
can't play it right now.
yeah, so it's not.
Gonna be impactful.
Yeah, you will take the 5 damage from the crumbled board, but that would put him to 9, which
9 minus 2 is 7, minus 1 is 6.
and then 14 of divining would put him right back at
Yeah,
20.
you
So
gotta consider
not
that,
too threatened
yeah,
right now.
Alex has got 5 mana, so he can only be able to cast Scramble Ball next turn. So, yeah, he could take the damage right now. The problem is how to deal with the boar later.
Yeah, how do you clear all the threats Alex is going to dish out in these following turns while keeping your life at a good number?
Yeah. I mean, luckily for Alberto, Divine Healing only costs 1 mana. That's a really broken card.
Yeah, 7 life is just a lot.
Just think about 14. Alberto is taking a look at his own list right now. He doesn't know what to
Trying to find what he can
do
get with a common sense again,
with
or
a
what he
double
could
common
draw.
sense,
Yeah,
possibly.
there's a lot of card advantage.
Dicono di fermare la gamba, Alex. Non so come sia notato da qui, ma
Sapevano che era la
però
gamba
sapevano che
di
era Alex, quindi si traballa un pochino. Mm, sì, sì.
gente che sta guardando e sta
Sono
anche
tutti
commentando.
Beyblade questi. Jacopo, Tore.
Ma è anche italiano.
Gente c'è.
A me qua è spettatore, ma non credo sia.
Sì, ok. So Alberto's looking through his deck in search of something which could
So
save his butt the
he
next
did
turn.
go for the double common sense, I guess.
I guess so.
I haven't seen him put it on the board.
No, he put it right in the graveyard. Directly in the graveyard. Searching, searching.
What do you think he would take right now in this position?
Uh,
We have a ruling question coming up.
okay, so what could Alberto actually take right now? There's not a lot of choice actually. I mean, this spell is not going to do any good right now. Blink, Bolt, Missiles, Beery. That could be a good card. Not too much else actually. Not too much else.
Se due sul nome, se si gira per fare
Mhm.
che succede?
E lui non può entrare.
Non può entrare. Perché essere sammonato è come entrare.
So what is
What did he take? Bolt. Okay. Bolt and another common sense. Yeah,
So
that's a
he's
kind of a
delaying
good
his
move
choice
for
the
later.
next
Yeah,
turn.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
actually a good move. Even though if he's gonna play common sense the next turn, that's gonna be doubled. So he can't be able. He's not able to double the spell he takes with common sense.
Yeah, I would probably consider getting, if he has another one, another beauty.
Yeah, yeah,
with the war right
that's
away.
what I would have done. Or either that or blink, since he already has a beer in his graveyard, and he's
Yeah.
gonna start to use his graveyard spell sooner or later.
Yeah, but it's also true that he might want to cast the Divine Healing from the
Yeah,
graveyard, and I don't know
how
how
many
many spell he
spells he
has.
has? Yeah, he already cast something from his graveyard, though. Looks like so.
Yeah, I think it was the common sense problem.
Yeah, possibly.
So Alex turn right now, he I think he drew a sight, so he could go.
Pescato spell. Okay.
Quindi non c'è un city mana? So he had drew a sight last turn, so he might go to 6 mana if he wants.
Yeah, there's gonna be a boar plus another one drop, like another boar, small boar, wild boar,
Or maybe
or
a
squeaker,
Thor Shaman Trinket
or a
to
trinket.
push
Yeah,
more damage.
that's gonna be one damage from the foot soldier, getting Alberto down to 13 life. Okay,
Alex now complaining about his top deck.
is coping and seething right now.
It looks like a difficult spot for Alex right now.
Yeah,
Definitely hard to establish any kind of ball pressure.
Alberto's still looking at his list.
He is wondering what he's gonna do with his common sense next turn.
Yeah. Foot soldier taking a step towards the Gothic Tower, ready to attack the Anomalous next turn. Alex is pondering. Maybe the boar isn't really the automated.
Yeah, maybe he wants to try and get more threats on the board and then
Taking back his step. Oh, flipping.
interesting. Maybe he wants Bruin to have another threat on the board.
Yeah, even though Bruin can't really move that fast, and he can't even do grapple shot because he won't. Oh yeah, I mean he could. Ring of Morrigan is a great play. Maybe he wants to use Bruin to avoid the possible Craterize. Okay, that's gonna be Alex's turn for now. Archimago on tapping. Alberto pondering. This is gonna be a slow one, but this matchup is great to watch. Okay, Pebble Path, finally. That's gonna stop the board for now. Cioè, guardo man mano.
So
Alberto still thinking about his move. He's gonna play a Philosopher's Stone. That's a great play.
are we seeing another double concept from Alberto?
Double common sense backed up by the philosopher's stone.
We see him taking.
Magic missiles.
Yeah. Hai preso.
And another common sense, yeah.
So he's still kind of trying to make the most out of his common sense, even though that's a kind of a negative card advantage because instead of using all this common sense to get two cards,
Yeah.
he's using it to get one card and another common sense.
Yeah.
So he's kind of
That's not really a reasonable play, actually.
yeah, it's like he's reducing the value of his common sense, but he's also kind of having more time to decide what he actually needs. And he's also fueling his graveyard very fast, thanks to the common sense.
Mhm. These turns are getting difficult and longer in consequence.
Yeah. Because the more complicated the board state gets, and also the longer the game goes on, the more careful the two players have to be. Because some powerful spells are getting online, especially on Archimago's side, we're very close to Crowd Rise and stuff like that.
And Giselle.
Yeah, that's gonna be rough on Alex because now he basically has -2 to his race.
Even though Alberto needs to find an out to Bruin before going for Craterize, since Bruin basically absorbs every damage.
Yeah, basically Bruins is the only saving grace for Alex, and he needs some way of dealing with the Angelite probably.
Well, I think it has plenty of monsters, actually, if you look at the list. Starting from Earthquake.
Yeah, Earthquake actually doesn't work because the Angel works even if it's under the site.
No, 500 Bruin.
Ah, so
Yeah,
Alex, yeah, Alex definitely has a very short time to find ways to
yeah,
to deal
to start
with
a race, actually.
yeah, like he doesn't really have much. All of his completely negated by the angel set.
Beyblade inizierà a breve. I think the divine healing is taking effect right now.
No, perché tu posso
Quello potrebbe essere buono per buttare l'ambulanza che...
Legato in Senigallia.
Buono.
Perché lui, scusa, che devo nominare?
Confermate 14 eventi. E l'angelo? Ok. L'angelo sta funzionando, sì.
Interessante che... Ah, ha senso. Mi sa preso Leo. luce divina.
È buonissima la tostata.
È buona? Grazie.
So we had some Alex fan in the chat.
Yeah, Alex's fan base is really loud right now.
But it's not looking very good for him.
It's not looking great for him, but it's not even too grim because Alex managed to put his Ring of Morrigan right next to Archimago so he could ping him and keep damaging him, effectively negating Angel's Egg advantages for Alberto.
Yeah. You also have to wonder if maybe it's time for Alberto to start moving his Root Spider, which is only blocking trading right now, which is meaning it's only preventing one damage.
He's also preventing Tony from casting spells, but I don't know how much that could
Irrelevant.
be relevant.
Especially
Yeah.
because now Alex is very encouraged to play spells from the druid rather than Tony
Yeah,
to
yeah.
trigger the Ring of Morrigan.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, dove è finita la orb, scusate? Ma non può essere spostata la orb, non la puoi prendere in mano. That could mean that Alex could actually double his spells too right now.
As we said before, we
Eh? Era doppio anche le tue, cioè.
ora sì, tutte le spell nearby.
No, no. So Alberto is pondering his next move.
Yeah, it's not. Again, he doesn't have a lot of pressure right now, but it's starting to get to the point where he needs to find a way to close
this
the
game.
game.
Yeah.
Like he
Yeah.
has stabilized the board, but now he needs to.
Yeah, especially because Ring of Morrigan can become an hindrance later in the game. You can't really rely on Craterize to do the work alone right now, even though it's doubled. The druid is too uh, near the Archimago to make Craterize really effective without some kind of drawbacks. Also, there's Bruin to take care of, and Bruin can't be targeted by anything right now because he's on Warmit Warrens. Varmint Warrens. So the situation isn't really that stabilized. Yeah, Alex is currently the world champion for Sorcery and Beyblade. Okay, Alberto using another common sense. And right now he's got plenty of cards in his hands. Kind of a difficult turn, especially because he's also gotta manage his mana. Even though Philosopher's Stone really is really helping him with his
Yeah,
mana
even
organization.
with only so
Dispel.
we see a very fast response to the Ring of Morrigan, which is very good for Alberto.
Yeah, Alex doesn't have any way to recover that Ring of Morrigan, so that's a threat down. Magic Missile, destroying the soldiers and Tony. That means that now.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
because the Archimago is on
yeah.
that side. So the Alex position is much worse now, and it already wasn't good.
And Root
Also,
Spider is now
yeah,
free to move.
yeah, the Root Spider can now start moving, and if it ever reaches Bruin, that would be really bad for Alex because that Bruin is his last line of defense,
And
and
it's
now can't be used to attack because it would become too vulnerable.
It's not even unthinkable because you just need a double blink and you can do it next
That's
with the
true.
help of your orb.
Okay.
So right now, Alberto really managed to improve his position by a lot in a single turn. Let's see if we can find some closure to this game.
Yeah, that's the power of common sense in a deck like Archimaru. It just has a lot of tools that he can just get right away.
I think what really turned this game in Alberto's favor was the Orb of Balberith, more than the Philosopher's Stone, actually.
Yeah. The Philosopher's Stone is very good, but in a double element list, it's only two more mana per
Yeah,
turn,
yeah,
and you have to consider that it arrived kind of late
it did.
when Alberto already had most of the mana that he needed to have strong turns.
So Rook Spider moving under no molos. That's a move.
Well, yeah, it's one step closer to the brewing, but you might also want to consider that if we moved it ahead instead, you
Yeah,
could have reached the brewing in only one blink.
yeah, yeah. That's true. That's true.
So I don't know. Maybe he
Also,
has some other plans. Maybe he values stopping some attackers higher than disabling brewing.
you also gotta consider that moving under Alex's village would prevent him from playing another boar, because playing the boar on the right would stop him because of pebble pots. Playing it on the center would stop him because of Nomolos. So he only got to play it on the right if he wants to attack immediately, and having Root Spider under the village would prevent him from playing a boar
Yeah.
above that.
Maybe the divine healing still has allowing him to play a little bit more reckless.
Ok, Angel's Egg, healing him again. 13 a 20. Ah, è Divine Healing, ok.
Oh, so the divine healing did come down with me.
That's,
So
that makes it more much easier to track.
yeah. Now there is a steep road ahead for Alex.
Alex can play another a double common sense because of his positioning.
Let's see what it's gonna take.
Yeah.
Looks like another common sense and the dispel.
Okay.
I think, unless the common sense that's on the board is the one that Alex casted. Let's see. Okay, no, so we that was the common sense that Alex casted. So he's taking a blink, and the dispel. The blink maybe is a way for him to protect his brewing from the root spider. So if it ever reaches him, he will be able to move it away.
C'è Divine Healing. The Sister of Science. The Sister of Science.
Dico ti è rotto quello.
So now let's see what Alex is going to do with these spells that he just tutor with his common sense. Because now he only has 3 mana unless he drops a side right now. And so he can play the bar right away, but he's disabling the Angel's Egg and the Philosopher's Stone, which will help him a lot to establish some race, especially now that one Divine Healing is gone. And we're seeing a Mirror come down, and we're gonna see what he decides to copy. And it looks like he decided to go for an observatory,
Yeah.
which I think is the side to the left of the Orb of Balberith. So he's
Yeah.
kind of getting some card quality, but not having a common sense might make it hard to get the full value of out of the observatory. But we
Blink
see
of Brink
now
for
going
damage.
for the offense. That's definitely something he needs to do, even though that means his brain is gonna be a little bit more vulnerable.
17 to 20 right now.
We're probably gonna.
Ma è salito di uno con Angel Egg.
No, l'ha tolto. Verso di and so now the root spider, as expected,
Okay.
is going to disable the brain.
And now this is
So
a great position for Alberto, unless Alex has another blink to free Bruin from Root
yeah, but
Spider's grasp.
even then you have to wonder if was worth to do 4 damage. Like
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I
because
mean,
he only has so many blinks, and it's gonna be really hard to move Bruin around that with spider.
I agree. Also because Archimago has Blink too. If he ever needs to move Root Spider under Bruin, that's gonna be very, very feasible. There's a religious procession happening outside
It's Holy
our
Friday.
store.
Today. So
It's
we have
Holy
some
Friday.
very
The
good
Sisters of
sound.
Silence are actually passing through the store. All our minions are silenced.
Gabriele che trinca nell'ultimo.
Peccato da diavolo.
Ma cos'è la camera?
Sto facendo il giro. Tipo gli avvoltoi.
Alex is realizing his mistakes.
He didn't
Everything,
take into consideration
yeah,
what spider it looks like.
every choice he made in his life
Led him
led
to
him
this moment,
here.
and we
And
see another angel Zag.
Zag. That also means that Archimago isn't gonna play too many spells, so that could be a positive point for Alex. But since Bruin can't attack and can't get out of that sticky situation, Angel Zag is probably gonna take Alberto back to 20 life.
Yeah, this is basically just Alberto kind of playing with his own food. He only needs a way to close the game, but very, very hard for him to lose from this spot.
Yeah, I mean, Bruin doesn't have his effect in play anymore, so you just need maybe. Oh, let me see. I have a theory. Yeah, yeah, okay, okay. He has a way to close this game really easily, but he needs to draw it, I think.
Così mi sembra.
But because you also have to consider that because the droid is so close to the Archimago, Craterize will do a lot of damage
Yeah.
to Archimago too.
Yeah, Craterize is definitely gonna impact Archimago's life points too, but luckily Archimago has got other finishers he could use that could be much more effective than that.
And like the Craterize is especially risky because of Grand Old War, which
Yeah.
could get another 5 damage in, which could lead Alberto to death there. So he definitely has to plan carefully before dropping something like that.
Yep. Well, luckily Alberto's gonna have plenty of time to think about it since, you know,
His
he doesn't
position
have any
is
threats
really
on board.
solid
Yeah,
right now, yeah.
Ma chi sta?
Alberto. Il mio so dove? The Last Common Sense? Cosa? No, no,
No, no,
uno. La prima Magic Spell. La prima Magic Spell.
So we're seeing another double common sense. So really thinning is that because like his ways to close the match are not measurable. So like even getting rid of other stuff from the deck can be good for him.
I mean, you
To
gotta
close the game
also
faster.
consider that, you know, without ruining.
Che ha preso?
Ah,
So
without Bruin in the picture and without Ring of Morrigan in the picture, you know, you can just close the game by double bolting, double magic missile, and stuff
we
like
see
that.
Alberto probably planning to do just that by
Yeah.
taking a bolt with the common sense.
Yeah.
Not taking two, probably he's trying to get also these blinks
Double blink is great.
to find his actual
Win
way to
conditions.
win.
Yeah. Yeah. Philosopher's Stone is not in play anymore, thanks to this spell.
Yeah, otherwise Alberto could have played the lightning bolt right away.
Yeah, he can. He still has 2 mana.
Okay,
He
so
spent 3 plus 2. Oh, that's gonna be a holy ground which doesn't do anything in that
Yeah,
position,
but
but
like
that's
life
good.
points aren't really a
Yeah.
worry for Alberto right now.
Tithe. Tithe is good. Tithe is hella good right now.
Yeah, I mean Alberto does have already a lot of sides.
Yeah,
Now
but
we see
he
the
needs the sides to discard for Batterize in case he wants to do that.
yeah, yeah.
He could double link plus Batterize if he
I'm
wanted to.
not sure what Alberto discussed. Hai fatto volto o
No.
He's thinking about his next move. Tithe was a great move, also because Tithe, um, gets in the graveyard and is free to exile to pump another spell to make another spell possible from the graveyard, plus giving you three sides. And Archimago has a lot of useful sides you can cast just because you want some card advantage or something like that.
Yeah, but you also have to consider that there isn't really a good spot for like a wizard then right now.
No, there's
Because
not.
Alex,
Oh, I
Alex
mean,
kind
there
of
is
cornered him
because
with the side position because Alberto can only play
yeah,
two more sides right now,
but
unless Alex for their kind of blocks.
there are two ways to go about this. Is that an attack?
I guess so.
And Wizards then played è perché
Gliela
c'è
dirò.
Giuseppe, vediamo se lo attacca. Okay. You gotta think that Wizards then would be played a side next to a pebble path, so it wouldn't be. Oh no, it would be in danger. Yeah, it would be in danger. Yeah. Okay. So Alberto is at 17 again, I think, because of
See
Angel
no
Deck.
more threats from Alex. Really
That's
not a good position.
no.
Still regretting his move with the brain.
Yeah, still coping and saving.
Apparently, he did have a very strong move. I guess something like a double gigantist to get a death door if he didn't misplace his brain.
Oh yeah, double Gigantism would have been in this position. Yeah, Alex is looking it up. Oh, okay,
So
okay, okay, okay. Cinghiale più doppio ricochet, però...
perché è l'unico che posso pubblicare.
Sì, sì. 4, 5, 6. Okay, that's good. Eh,
Okay, so he didn't.
it
It
didn't
would have
matter in the
been
end, yeah.
a lot of damage plus two big threats
Siamo
to clear
saliti.
from the board.
Contro altro, questo è contro tutto contro. Cioè contro tutto contro. Non per contro.
Plus Alberto is getting out a really long work shift and he really wants to go to bed right now.
Instead, it looks like he's gonna have to play at least
At
one
least
more
another,
game and
another,
potentially even one more match.
yeah. Okay, 6 damage from a double thunderbolt.
Quant'è che stai, Alex?
Come hai
Quando
fatto?
l'hai preso io? Tipo?
Ah, no,
Ho fatto
dopo.
Ah,
Okay. Okay. So bolt plus double bolt is gonna take him to 11. Alberto is in a great position.
We have been saying that for like half the game.
And his position is just improving and improving. Um, Alex has some cards in his hand. He really didn't seem to want to play them. So you want to think that those cards are just creature removal. He's got 8 mana in his hand, minus 2 from the lightning bolt, so 6. Alberto is looking like he's gonna cast a spell, which is probably gonna be doubled by the orb. Okay, right. No doubling because lightning bolt was already doubled this turn. That's true. Blink. He's gonna get Archimago right under the druid, which is gonna give him 1 damage, 1 point of damage, I think.
Yeah, if he wants to block the attack to the side.
No, yeah.
Because of I think it's only on minions though.
No, no, no.
No? È solo sui minion o anche su... Okay, it looks like it was also...
Enemy.
Oh, on every enemy.
So he's gonna not take a damage right now, not blinking.
So... that is why what its next move could be, because it can't blink. I mean, it can blink on the tree, but that would get him one less life, which apparently is a big deal to him.
He's gonna exile some cards from the graveyard. Okay. Sounds like he's gonna play
Another
common
common
sense.
sense.
Yeah.
That's the seventh copy of Common Sense played this match. This really shows the strength of Archimago, really being able to kind of choose his draws, which makes it a very, very consistent deck. Fox, a quanto sei di vita, giusto per confermare? 19. Queste qua sono così pesanti.
Puoi prendere Bruin.
We see Alex trying to take full advantage of Barbarian, but he has to risk his own terrain, which is not ideal. It looks like one of the copy hit the Archimago and the other unfortunately went to Grid, which is kind of the result you would expect, like statistically. And we still see more balls, which unfortunately is brewing. No, apparently that was what Alex wanted. He wanted to get rid of the brewing.
So another damage for Bruin, and now Druid goes in for a damage. Okay, so he's going to for defense. So Alex going to 10. He got a tap with the Archimago to block.
No, con cosa hai difeso? Ah, ok.
Allora si tappa per bloccare.
And we see one damage for Alex, yes?
Yeah.
Pensate 15 a 10?
Passa 16. Passa 16. Okay, 16.
But once again, we see Alex not playing any more threats. In a list that it's kinda creature heavy, so maybe a little bit unlucky from Alex, or maybe he's kinda holding his threats to make one big push all at once.
You gotta wonder why he isn't playing his Gravel Core.
Yeah, because also you have to consider the fact that he isn't playing any more sides on the board, so he isn't really. And it looks like we're gonna see a scoop from Alex, which is at the same time early because he isn't dead yet, but kind of late because the game is
over, like,
objectively
yeah.
over from like half an hour ago.
Yeah, yeah. 1-0 per
The
Alberto.
first
Alberto?
game was for Alberto, yeah.
Frankie
You're
is
welcome.
Speaker, thank you.
Speaker.
I
okay.
am the speaker.
Yes, you are.
Okay, let's
That's a
give a
very
look
nice
at
opinion.
our players' sideboards right now and see what they can bring to the table for their second game. Um, Alberto is kinda ready for this matchup, I think.
Yeah, I think that the Wicked Witch, but also the Fury and the Chain of Prometheus could be
Yeah,
good against
chains is
Alex big creatures, but he doesn't play a lot of them, like maybe Elena's list would do.
yeah. You gotta think that
So
chains of Prometheus could just block a nice foot soldier, while the other creatures just get in. And Alberto just wasted a turn playing chains
yeah, but
for
like
four
the
mana.
chains would just block
Soldier.
the Grandelborg because it
Oh,
blocks the
he's a bigger. He's bigger.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But you also have to consider that like if you are against Sorcerer, then it draws two cards a turn, so
Yeah.
it get a single chain of Prometheus gets rid of two minions instead of one. While against the druid you're only kind of getting half the value.
That's
But
really true.
you also have to keep in mind that a skilled sorcerer player will probably be able to use all its creature before drawing the second card, so you are not really getting that value. So
Also,
we're gonna
we're
see
not gonna be
the
troubled
chains
by
are
this.
gonna come down.
Yeah. Rain of Arrows could be good, I think, to get rid of the smaller creatures like Tony and the Foot Soldiers, but I think Border Militia is more up his league because it can also just destroy our Gigantism.
Yeah, I think that like there are a lot of cards that could be good in the matchup. I just don't see any card that just looks like it's here specifically against Alex's deck.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
there are definitely a lot of different approaches that Alberto could take into his sideboard plan.
yeah.
While Alex, as we saw before, has a lot of stuff that can be very good
Oh,
into
Feast for Crows is incredible in this matchup.
Archimaru.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also the Shield Maidens
Shield Maidens,
will
Root Spider too.
definitely make Alberto's life very hard.
You could also argue you could use Earthquake, but he already has a copy. I think Shield Maidens and Peaceful Crows are really the top of the crop here.
Yeah, yeah. I might even consider switching up his Earthquake for Fury because he
Yeah.
doesn't really need to have a big board clear, he just needs to target that Ring of Morrigan or
Yeah.
that Philosopher's Stone or
Yeah,
that Orb
yeah.
of Barbarian. And Fury being searchable with common sense and costing two less mana than Earthquake can make the difference, allowing Alex to also put a threat on the board while he's removing
Totally true.
Alberto's defenses.
Yep, yep. I agree with this.
So we see that the two players are thinking very carefully about their side plan. We see Alberto checking once again his list to have a better view of what he could
You could
take out from the deck.
also see just Bubble Fleece going away, unless you want to target Grandmaster Wizards, Sisters, Island Princess. No, I think Bubble Fleece could be good in this
But
match.
I mean, it's not like he has any
No,
crazy good side to put
no,
in its place.
just Pillar of the
Yeah, which is in a threshold with, I mean, it's better than nothing, but uh, Bubble of Fleece is still kind of valuable.
Yeah, it is. Hey, sounds like they're almost done with their sideboarding. We're
We are seeing Alex already start to shuffling his deck while Roberto is still pondering, which makes sense because as we saw before, Alberto's side plan is a little less intuitive than Alex,
yeah, it is.
so he has to think very carefully.
Yeah, also, Alberto doesn't really have that much experience in play with Archimago, so he's definitely gonna need to take his time to think his play throughout.
Yeah, while Alex, even though he hasn't played with side because our league is best of one,
Yeah.
he has played with Druid and especially Hair Earth Druid a lot, even though it's not this exact list. So you have to think that he is a little bit more comfortable in knowing what cards are necessary in his deck, what aren't, and he can really side out. What I'm expecting honestly is getting rid of a bit of magics to have a little more creatures, I think,
Yeah,
because
having
you
power
want
board.
to have threats. Like I think one of the problems Alex had in game one was not having enough presence on the board.
Yeah, that's true. And also, seeing Alex's sideboard, I think this game is gonna be very different. We're gonna see Shield Maidens just blocking magic missiles and dying only to bolt, possibly. And also Fist for Crows, uh, possibly getting rid of some of the major threats Alberto's deck is placing against him, like Craterize, Arcane Barrage, Divine Healing, or Common Sense.
Yeah,
Those
yeah,
are
you have to kind of decide what you're gonna take with the fist, which
yeah.
can depend on the state of the game, because you have different angles like getting rid of his win condition, or also
Getting rid of the way to get to his win
yeah,
conditions.
yeah, like the consistency of the deck that Commenter gives him, but you have also to consider that like Divine
Divine
Healing
Healing,
was
yeah.
backbreaking last game, so
Yeah, I
you
think
might
without
want to
Divine
get
Healing,
more.
Alberto wouldn't have won. So, and that's kind of the way it usually goes with Archimago. If Archimago sees Divine Healing, he usually can win. So, Fist for Crows, I think if you find him early enough in the game, should probably target Divine Healing. If it's late enough that you could get destroyed by Craterize or Arcane Barrage, you should think what you want to prioritize based on where you are with your avatar in respect to Archimago and or Balberry.
Yeah,
If you're next to Archimago, you probably want to get rid of Arcane Barrage, while if you're far away, you want to get rid of Craterize probably.
for sure. And like another card that could really put a wrench in Alex's plan is, of course, Ring of Morrigan.
Yeah,
But you can't really fit for that because it's only one card that
yeah.
he can't really search for it, and you have other ways to deal with it, like
Yeah, you got Dispel
Dispel,
Fury.
Fury, and
Yeah.
stuff like that. And we see that the players are discussing the game one choices while shuffling the deck.
Seems like they're shuffling, they're ready for the next game. And I actually think this game is gonna be faster than the one before.
Yeah,
Just because, Fist for Crows is a thing, Shield Maidens are a thing, and
and like
if
generally, I think that the last game was kind of slower than average already
yeah,
for a game
it
one
was
match.
yeah.
So we hopefully are gonna be done with this match soon, so we can get on to finals.
Yep, that's what we were waiting for.
Yeah, and so Alberto will be able to go to sleep like you.
Giga Drowse.
Ma Leo, dov'è il tizio? È cascato il mondo.
Cascate le palle.
Cazzo il mondo? Sei in diretta mondiale, smettila. Personaggio. Che ti porta?
Che entra Dio, sì.
Dove è finito? Male verde.
Ci benedice le carte. Sì. Ci benedice.
Ti è cascato un coso? Oh no. Poi devi comprarlo. Devi toccarlo.
Okay. Seems like our players are taking the mulligan. Alberto's thinking out on what to keep and what to get rid of.
Alright, and we are seeing once again Alex starting with a lot of power on the board, but he's gonna have to wait probably at least two turns before he will be able to push some damage in because Alberto is probably gonna play in his back row. And we see a silent hand pass from Archimag, which is respected. He doesn't have a lot of 2-1 plays, but this also means there is no Ring of Morrigan, no Fierce Vestment, so not one of the busted starts that
Anche un po' sudati.
Archimago can have,
Vomit warrants?
which is mm, something to kind of debate because you see that last game the environment didn't actually do much,
Yeah, but
but this
no,
time we
this is
see a
good.
drink quest which is very good
Um,
for
yeah.
Alex because he's gonna be able to turn whatever he wants now. Which, if I have to guess, it's probably gonna be the fistful
Yeah,
brawl.
yeah. Oh, wow, a cappuccino. Yeah, and Archimago doesn't have really anything at hand to uh, disrupt this strategy. The only thing he could do is to place aside, above his windmill, but
He could try for a lucky box, to be honest, but
mm,
that's probably not worth it
no,
in my
it's not
opinion.
worth it. No, it is. It is.
Looks
Eh,
like
niente. It's gonna go for a bolt.
ooh, the rain of arrows
Oh,
coming straight from the sideboard,
single golf.
stopping the powerful drink quest.
Okay, that's great. Great
Looks
move.
like it
Great
was
move.
something that Alex wasn't expecting. And now, as I was saying before, that variant might not bring actually a lot of
No.
value to the table because the last game, most of the action happened in the last two rows.
I think the great error that Alex made last game was to move Bruin away from the warrants.
Yeah, but I also think that like
Oh,
waiting. Oh, we see a
Fudge Butcher.
fudge butcher, which can be devastating.
Yeah.
But you also have to consider that there are two of Alex's own creature.
Yeah, he can just put the boar one step behind Antonio on the diagonal and
Yeah, which I think is
clear it
why
through.
he decided to move the fudge butcher
Yeah,
one
one
step
step
ahead.
further. Yeah,
Yeah, he's probably planning to do that. To do just
I
that.
think the only way that Alberto can get out this situation is with a blink. You
Yeah,
wouldn't really want to waste a turn. You would have used to place aside just to get away from the Pudge Butcher.
yeah. And like if
It's
he
good, it's good.
gets caught from the fudge butcher, it's gonna be devastating because that's a lot of damage
Yeah,
while being completely out of position. Your
and
defensive
you
side won't have any effects
and you
anymore.
can't bury that Pudge Butcher because he's on. Ah no, he's not a beast. He's not a beast. He's not a beast. Yeah.
But still, even while doing it, you are completely stuck in enemy's territory while not being able to move because you have to place more sides. So we see 4 mana from, and we see the blink coming from Alberto, who uses the tower to get it with common sense, I think. L'hai cercato, vero? Okay. So we have seen another time how much common sense allows Archimago to be to be very consistent at doing what he needs to and not falling for this kind of
Che cos'è Harry Potter?
Questo
Come sei sudato?
Okay, so we're gonna see Tony attacking. Questo per te,
So we're seeing Alex starting to apply his pressure. We see the Power of Blitz coming down, and we see a big draw for Alex. Sei a 17,
Alberto?
Alberto.
Lover Bliss is a game changer right now. Um, Archimago really gets off of Grandmaster Wizard more often than not, and Iron Princess isn't really a reliable threat anymore.
Yeah, but like last game we didn't see any Grandmaster Wizard, only Island Princess. Yeah, but it could definitely have an impact this game because if Fox doesn't see a turn 5 orb of Valverit to get the double common sense that carried him last
Wizard
game. He might be on a tough spot, and also like the that wizard then is right in
Okay,
front
magic
of
missile. The only thing it has
the
to
Bower
be
of
scared
Bliss.
of is like blink plus fast virtue. That could be devastating,
Yeah,
but you can't really do anything with that right now.
yeah.
Okay, Power of Flight makes him draw another card, and now Alex has to pray for a blink. Alex is still debating his move, so he probably doesn't have a blink in hand.
Yeah, his opponent, if wizard, then discard a card of his choice or a random card. So I believe he probably has a
Giant
hippogriff
Hippogriff, yeah.
in hand that he was debating using right away. But if I remember correctly,
He needs
under Arshimago there is a Pebble Pass, so he would
Yeah.
need to place his site
Yeah.
under the Bower of Bliss to do that.
And that could be very reasonable to do, since we
probably
see a sight in Alex's end.
Yeah, he's probably debating if discarding a card of Alberto's choice is worth.
I think it is,
Yeah,
especially if you can get 4 damage on the board.
yeah. So we see the Gyre Hippogriff coming down, but it looks like he forgot that Pebble
Yeah.
Puff was a thing, so he's now gonna put aside. Non lo puoi mettere di fianco,
no.
devi mettere uno di fianco. Ok.
Questa cosa italiana.
So he has another 2 mana, which he uses to do nothing.
Yep.
Looks like he's gonna waste 2 mana. Doesn't seem like
Well,
he
I
has
mean,
a good play.
It's not a really of a, much of a waste.
Yeah, right. Getting rid of a card and pushing some damage is definitely good right now. And we see a Philosopher's Stone getting discarded.
Oh, so that means that Alberto actually has a better hand than what a Philosopher's Stone can give him, which is weird.
Yeah, maybe he believes he isn't really tight on mana right now, or maybe he's thinking that his Philosopher's Stone would probably not stay on the field very long offside.
Yeah, there's also an advantage to discarding a spell with us then, because you just can fuel your graveyard a bit more.
But maybe we have seen last game that sometimes you kind of get stuck with a lot of artifacts in some builds of Archimago. And
You do. But discarding it isn't really the way, but if you have to make the choice. Is that a root spider underneath of them?
it looks like it, but we also see a Merlin's tower coming down, so Fox probably wondering what to do with it. And since he's not looking at this list, he probably is considering going for a common sense.
Yeah. Cosa ti conta? No, perché non è una magic spell, solo magic spell.
Magic è una spell. Le Magic sono
Comunque
delle
io
spell.
Spider puoi giocarlo.
Tutte le Magic sono spell, c'è ancora lo discount.
C'è ancora il discount disponibile. Chissà chi me l'ha detto. Cioè no. Cosa dicevo? Non ho capito.
Prima c'è stato una run.
Sì, vabbè. Sì. Sì, no, ma è senza... Ah, Border Militia, yeah.
Alright.
Confermate che potrei.
Confermo. And it's free because of Merlin Tower. Even though these foot soldiers are actually beasts right now. Grazie.
And I think also just play
Browse.
Browse too. So
Great turn.
so
Great
it's
turn.
it's having the chance to get a very good spell for this pot, which
Yeah,
if I
which,
had to
yeah,
guess
what could
could
it be?
be maybe a ball. Oh no, because in the jar it is already dealt with by the root spider.
Yeah, and
So in what would you think?
Gigantis?
Maybe the Gigantis could definitely be an option, but I
Yeah,
also
but
think
he
you
can't
might
play
want
that.
a Fury for that punch basher, which is
Yeah,
really
yeah,
kind of cornering Alberto into
yeah.
staying only on one half of the board, and also you have to remember that there is always that threat of blink into the punch basher.
Yeah, because Butcher would take this game probably off to another course. So yeah, a way to get rid of it would be would possibly be the way to go. Even though that's kind of a wasted browse if you think about it. Even though he can cast it again, and he will. Second browse is coming. Second browse on the way.
Yeah, it looks like that's what he's going for. So maybe he didn't find
What he
what
was
he
looking
was
for.
looking
Or
for.
he's just greedy.
That's an option.
You gotta also think about the fact that Alberto only had one mana left because of Root Spider plus Browse.
Yeah,
Border Militia
so
was free, so
yeah, he really didn't have anything else to
yeah,
do, and he probably had two spells that he didn't mind getting rid of. And so
like
trying
Border
to get
Militia.
maximum value out of Hachimaru's effect and his mana.
Chissà.
So we see that Alberto is pondering his choice.
Seven cards unlocked.
Yeah, definitely a lot of options for him right now. A lot of different lines, especially considering the possibility of casting some things more than once with Hachimaru's ability.
There it is. Verissimo. Ah sì, così. Non me ne ero accorto. Io voglio morire. Voglio morire. È vero. No. Autumn Unicorn? Yep.
Ma ti accorto adesso?
Sì, sì,
Stai morendo dentro, vero?
sì.
Aspetta che non fa scontato e dirà c'è più nessuno.
Cambiatevi di posto.
Non potevo andare più in alto di così. Il cimitero più che altro è importante vedere il shop.
Poi ci può contando che Foster è stato
Sì, no, questo è allucinante, lo odio.
la lampada della vita che sta
Stupendo. Cazzo di male, sono sentito qua. Ok, Beacon.
so so we get
Two mana
two
more.
extra mana
Two more
for
mana.
Alberto.
Yep. And that Autumn Unicorn really represents a threat for Ashimago because having 4 power really means you can't bolt it. Oh, good Ring of Morrigan. Great Ring
Yeah,
of
that
Morrigan.
was what we were talking about.
Yep.
That can definitely take away the game chance from
Yep.
Alex.
Maybe Alex was really only waiting for that. Okay. Waiting for Alberto's next move. Ring of Morrigan really takes a toll on Alex's game plan, but we have to see some spells that can make it worthwhile. Okay, Angel's Egg really is something.
Yeah,
Killing him for one, destroying Tony.
that also might be vulnerable to an earthquake.
Yep.
Well, I mean, Injusec works anyway, but
Yep.
like maybe the beauty we were talking about might at least get rid of
You
the Ring of
gotta, you
Morrigan.
gotta think that Blink plus Root Spider coming up again with Ring of Morrigan is a thing. So
Yeah,
yeah,
but is it worth it?
I think
3 damage on that dry is
I think it is also because Gyre Hippogriffs would only be able to attack Archimagos side, otherwise he can just block with his foot soldier that's just waiting.
yeah.
So
But it could also attack the root spider itself, and getting
yeah,
rid of that
I
might
mean
be huge for us. So we're gonna see how it develops.
yeah. Alex is still pondering his move, going up to 16, 17.
Alright, we're seeing some bigs on the board. Thinking about the position.
That's really important right now.
Yeah. I don't know if getting them so close to the Archimago is actually good.
I think he's thinking about Earthquake and the way he doesn't want both pigs and
It's a
Autumn Unicorn to
very
die.
difficult position because you have to consider earthquake, but you also have to consider magic missing, which is something that Alberto can search for with a common sense. But I mean, like you can also think about the fact that Alberto could just search for a bolt, and the fact that deep in dying is always
Yeah, it's not a bad thing.
yeah, can always lead to a grand old board.
Yep.
So Alberto might not want to take that risk. And
Double
we
pigs?
see
No, pigs plus squeakers.
pigs plus speakers playing around the bolt, but not so much the magic mixes. And I think he just drew a side and ended the turn.
Queen issue.
Yeah.
Want to say? Queen issue it.
Alright. So Alberto's turn now.
15 to 20. Still a great position. Pudge Butcher really didn't do much.
I mean, it forced
Yeah.
Alberto into a corner, but now he was able to kind of develop his defenses around that corner.
Yeah.
So I think this is a kind of an unstable position that can be tilted in anyone's favor by a very good move.
Yeah.
But the
Ring of
Ring of Morrigan definitely makes it easier for Albertos to control the game right now.
That's something you gotta keep in mind. Ring of Morrigan. Great card, especially in Archimago's hands.
Somebody could say it's even too great of card.
Somebody could say that, for sure, for sure.
Looks like we're gonna see another side come down.
Pebble
And
Town.
another
Great
pebble
card.
card. Yeah, now Alberto really has a lot of the Atlas covered in anti-charge effect. Because if I remember correctly, the side that is under the Archimago is also pebble top. So not a lot of space for Alex to develop charge minions like his Cherry Publis and his Glamour board.
Un sacco di cazzate guardando quel culo.
Non penso in questo momento. È stato un game così idiota.
Che? La giocavo così normale, guarda.
Non andavo così bene.
Perché c'erano i turni, ecco perché li chiudevi.
E soprattutto potrebbe essere ovvio. Ok, we're seeing some action.
Right, so the Cherry Publis was removed. I haven't seen with what exactly.
Beery.
And the,
Beery.
okay, looks like a Beery
And Beery was used on the unicorn
Root
as well.
Spider was
Moving up.
moved up
Yep.
to kind of block the pigs, which
Great.
can't do much now because if Alex decides to move them ahead, he can just move the root spider with them. So we're probably gonna see Alex once again having to split his minion.
The only thing that I'm noticing is that Alex isn't really finding his sideboard cards he could use right
Yeah,
now.
but we are seeing a common sense going down, so maybe
Yeah, Blink.
yeah, the blink of the
That's gonna
Pachira,
put some risk.
were theorizing, but that also brings the Pach Basher right on top of the ring of Marian, which
Yeah.
might mean it's gonna be resolved very, very fast.
Buon viaggio.
Ciao.
Blink.
Use the
Patch
blink
Butcher.
coming down exactly as expected. You have to consider that he could have moved the Pach Basher
On the pigs.
yeah, but I guess that the pigs can still move, so
Yeah, that's not gonna impact much.
and
I'd say that Root Spider being near the pigs
yeah, that's true. That's
makes it
definitely
better. Yep, so that's gonna get Alberto down to 11.
then we're gonna see another 4 damage probably.
Yeah.
Io non so cosa sia quello che sto facendo.
Backwards più Vlado.
Allora non è un problema cercare.
Beh,
Ma non sono questi tanti di cliccare, questa era storica. Stavo così.
So that's gonna be another 4 damage onto Archimago, and the squeakers are dying. So that's gonna bring Alberto down to 7 life.
But we'll see yet another miss. So
Oh,
really
you also gotta think
not
that
Alex lucky day.
Angel's Egg now is healing Alex.
Oh yeah, that's very true. But you
Però tu sei a 7.
yes.
Sei a 7.
So
Come sei a 14?
ho fatto un divine
Divine
healing.
Healing, la carta più forte di tutti.
Ah, ok.
Ah, we missed some blocks. Alright, so
Ora possiamo farci.
ma le pedine possono fare il punch bash? No. Le pedine non possono parare il punch bash con le pedine.
Quindi eri a 19 e sei sceso a 14. Ok. Sapevo che era 17. Ok. That's a Valley of the Light.
Which I would imagine doesn't matter a lot.
No.
Maybe the third Earth might come useful.
Handy? No.
Yeah, for the grounded ball.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, even though you are not actually moving to cast it. And also it it's putting Tony back on the board. So,
Yeah, that's great.
but you also
Even
have
though
to
it's a
consider that you might have wanted to put that upon Pebble
yeah.
to cut Alberto's way of putting monsters on the board and to have immediate
Yeah,
pressure.
that would have been incredibly better to do.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Alex still has some plans with Tony,
Yeah, but
but
not being able to attack with Tony or not having a line of sight from Tony to Archimago, I think the strictly best way to do
and
it
we
was.
see
Oh,
the
okay,
common sense for this will come down. So
okay. So that was the reasoning, even though it's not two steps away either. No, it's not.
because it doesn't count ever.
No.
Alright.
Okay. So still 14 to 20.
But that Ring of Morrigan is probably
Going to bring him up. Yeah.
yeah, but he only has one turn to use it, and I would imagine that Alberto would want to somehow split if he can the egg and ring
Yeah.
so that Alex has to choose between the two,
Yeah.
which might mean he will leave the angel egg on Alex's side, but then it might become
No.
very hard to
Yeah.
recover it.
Yeah. No, I don't think that's the way to do
So
it.
he hasn't really many options to kind of save at least one of them. Oh yes,
Aside from Earthquake.
yeah, also like blinking Archimago could be
Yeah.
a way, and then leaving the egg
Or
on
Blinking
one
Root
of.
Spider.
Oh yeah, that but even Blinky the Spider would have to come up off the ground, get the egg, survive and pass it down
Oh no
again.
no,
So
I'd say just Blink Root Spider under those creatures, and then you go away from Tony. And oh no, Tony just can't get there
yeah.
anyway. Yeah, yeah. Pesky little bastard. So we're gonna see Alberto pondering his choices very carefully. This is a hard turn, and
It could be
yeah,
game deciding.
yeah, it could be the game side.
Yeah, we're compared to last game, we are staying in a very neutral but easy to change position.
Okay, so that's a blink.
Blink. So maybe
No, non puoi targettare Tony.
so he's trying to get rid of Tony with the Ring of Mario.
Yeah, you gotta think that Druid is just there to.
Yeah, like
I
we
don't think this
might.
was the best move.
I don't know, but like he could have probably moved the Archimego and then Blink. This way he also
Yeah, yeah,
plays around Alex moving the druid one step forward
yeah.
and
Killing
going
Tony
back.
and preventing Alex from.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but maybe he has some other plans in mind. We will have to see
Uh,
what other cards he has.
yeah,
You also have to consider that
he's definitely
a
gonna take damage from
earthquake
Touch Butch.
would be breaking right now and getting rid of the butcher and two pigs right away.
And getting a Root Spider possibly closer to you.
Yeah.
But I still think blinking the Root Spider was the better choice. Or yeah, or moving either that or moving and blinking yourself
Yeah.
back on your side, possibly to just.
Yeah, because Alberto might potentially get another turn of healing,
Yeah,
not once. And
and
it's
that's.
true that his life is high right now, but he's still in line with the patch butcher.
Ooh, Kevin. Ooh, great card.
That's big.
And that's gonna destroy Tony as well. Great move.
Yeah,
Great move.
that's exactly the kind of turn that uh, Alberto needed to
And we're not
turn
gonna
the
see
game
anything.
around.
Anything.
I mean, there is another hit because there was a squeaker, if I remember correctly. So I think that was the
That
hit.
counts? No, no, no. It was Pix of the Sounder.
Non c'era anche uno squeaker?
Tony è
Era già
morto.
andato via. Ah, giusto, giusto, quando è attaccato
Tony
è
è morto.
morto.
Okay. So Tony is dead. Archimago is back in line. Even though he is in line for Dispel or Disenchant, I'd argue that
Yeah, I think it was worth it.
yeah,
That
it was
cave
worth it.
in got rid of a lot of pressure
Yeah,
of
and there's still
yeah.
a root spider roaming around.
Yeah, that if I were him, I would probably start
Move it.
moving
Yeah, yeah,
in a place where it can access more sites easily. Because right now it's kind of in a corner where it's
yeah.
only threatening the site he's already in and two other sites, and
Yep.
they are not super viable.
Even though we're seeing pebble paths on the right side, I think moving him to Wizards then would have been the better move.
Yeah, and actually, the one besides the Senigallia is also another pebble
Pebble
path.
path, okay,
So that
that's not a
spider
terrible
is
choice, yeah.
actually protecting the only site that can be accessed with charge.
Ok,
But
18-20, 17. Ok,
but you also have to keep in mind that like um, one giant hippogriff is already gone. So
yeah,
if I remember correctly, there are only four charge minions left
yeah,
for
two Gandalf boars and two Gyre hippogriffs. Yep,
yeah.
yep, yep, yep.
And also, I just noticed that we still haven't seen many sideboard cards from Alex,
Yeah,
especially
that's what I was
those
thinking
shield
about.
maidens who could have turned the game around.
Yeah,
And we
shield
see,
maidens,
as
yeah.
expected, the dispel come down, so
Okay,
a lot of power away from Alberto's hands.
especially healing power.
Yeah, but now we need a threat to come down. Like that's definitely what Alex needs to kind of regain control of the game.
Very true.
Possibly,
Oh, that's, no, that's a wild boar.
yeah, not a big threat. Also, I don't know how much I like it being so close to the root spider.
Yeah,
But I don't know, maybe Alex has some kind of plan in mind. Maybe he's trying to clean the root spider with the boar and then stick a bigger threat on the boar.
that could be it. What I think about also the card advantage that Druid can make, which isn't really much. So every card counts. Alex's end is a bit small right now.
Yeah, compared to what Archimago can do,
Yep.
even though you gotta remember that the power of Bliss is probably uh,
Preventing.
preventing Alberto from throwing more cards and also like giving it the possibility of drawing blast basically.
Yeah, yeah.
Because most of his skills are now completely useless and a big waste
His
of
minions,
damage.
aside from Root Spiders, are useless. Highland Princess, Grandmaster Wizard, and Sisters of Avalon.
The Grandmaster Wizard, especially
Yep.
being a 6 mana chunk blocker, which it probably never going to cast.
No, I don't think so. Okay. Alberto taking a look at his opponent's graveyard. Maybe he has something in mind. He's not in a terrible position. It's just that he's not pushing his advantage too far right now. Fistful
Ooh, we
Crows.
see a peaceful growth.
Yep. Grapple shot.
Yeah, this is Alex's
Oh,
main source of big damage, and we see the
Grapple
grounded
Ball.
ball, so
That
a
was a
good
bait,
move from
yeah.
Alberto to keep the spider defending uh, the only side that can be attacked for
Yeah.
charge. And I'm not seeing only two grapple should be banished, but I don't remember.
C'era un altro.
Oh, so there is
There's
another.
another
Ah,
one
ce l'avevi
here.
in mano? Ah, okay.
Yeah.
So we're seeing three grapple shots getting removed
Yeah.
from the game. Ma ne avevi già giocato uno o ne hai tolto uno? Okay, so apparently Alex has decided to side out one grapple shot. As I said maybe he wanted to have more creatures compared to magics in game 2.
That's
But
reasonable.
you also have to consider that like grapple shot was his main way to deal big damage from
Yeah.
a potentially empty board.
I can see that. It is a debatable choice from my
But
side.
maybe you could also consider the fact that he was expecting the Fistful Crow to probably hit the grapple shot because it's the most valuable card.
Either that or
I
the Grandon
think.
Boars.
Yeah, so like he might have decided to lower it to make the Fist of Crows less stronger, so make it less likely that he's gonna hit something that he has in hand.
Okay, that's reasonable. I think I would have kept my grapple shots either way
Yeah, but
because
like
playing them before the Feast of Crows, even one of them, would have been very valuable.
yeah, it can potentially push 5 to 10 damage with a
Yeah,
grounded
that
board.
can make a difference in a matchup. Alberto is still thinking about his graveyard. He has three spells in his graveyard.
Maybe you want to cast a second Fist of Crows?
I don't think that would be really valuable.
I mean, he could get rid of the grounded board that he knows is in hand.
Yeah, yep, but that
Which
could
would
also
leave Alex without any kind of threat in hand
yeah.
and relying on the top deck plus the blink to find something.
You gotta think that also maybe the cards that Alex could have sided in, like Feast for Crows, 4 Feast of Crows, could be a choice. Grandel Boar. Okay, second feast, cooling Grandel Boar. That's a move.
Yeah, making use of the information from the first
Yeah.
Feast of Crows.
Without spending another card. Because we saw Feast for Crows going to the graveyard. I still think calling Alex's Feast for Crows could have been maybe another choice in this board position.
I mean, he's basically leaving Alex to top deck,
Yeah,
and I mean, even if Alex went for like Feast for Crow on the Cracker Eyes, he still doesn't do Arcane Barrage
that's true.
as we.
Also, ooh, okay,
Alright.
alright, that's a card.
I'm not sure exactly what he's trying to defend himself from.
Magic Missile, Bolt, and that's it.
Yeah, I don't really get why. Is it in the
Yes.
card? Alright. I think it was probably the first card I would have personally sent
Yeah.
out. I don't know, maybe he's really concerned about being possibly kind of cheesed by a cheeky lightning bolt at some point of the game.
Yeah, you also gotta think that that's the main way of finishing a game. You know, that's grapple shot, bolt, and magic missile. So
Yeah,
getting rid of them and possibly having anomalous under your butt could really save you in a pinch.
especially considering that now Alex doesn't have many charge minions left, so it's not really
Only got
get some unexpected damage onto the Archimago once it reaches that floor.
yeah. Hai vinto? Copatore professionale. Ok. Ooh. That's a great way to get rid of Feast for Crows. Alberto is smiling.
No, successo lui.
Okay, that's gonna be 2 damage. Bruin is on the board, moving away with a blink. Drawing a card. And attacking for 4. Getting Alberto down to 11 life points. 10. And we saw Feast for Crows going down the deck for Alex. He needs a way to shuffle. Oh, Shield Maidens could be good. Battle with few cards in his hand. Shield Maidens could prove very useful. Straight from Alex's sideboard. We gotta also think that though Shield Maidens are mortals, so they don't have any effect. Okay, they lose their effect. Root Spider on tapping. Maybe he's gonna go under Brewing. But not really happy with his hand right now. No, no, puoi anche pescare. Ah, però tu non hai, non puoi attivarle, sono mortali. Now the situation has changed. Shin Maidens don't do anything because of Bower of Bliss, but Bruin is really being a menace, and Alberto doesn't seem like he's drawing really well right now. And he's been attacked everywhere. Quagmire is gonna stop Bruin for a turn.
Yeah, but we are also probably gonna see the Shield Maidens pushing 2 more damage and then probably being stopped by
By
the
Root Spider.
spiders,
Yeah,
which I imagine is gonna be on his way to stop brewing after this.
I don't really know.
It's the biggest threat on the board right
It
now, and
is.
as we said, if the druid comes near brewing again, it might be hard for Alberto to close the game. But he's probably not his biggest worry right now because he's at 10 life and he has lost the Ring of Morrigan and none in the deck. And
Yeah, and it's
it's looking like he has a lot of uh, minions,
yeah,
and since
yeah.
we are seeing this Sister of Amon's come down, which
Divine
doesn't
Healing,
actually do much.
getting back to 17.
Yeah,
It's good, but
much needed threat for Alberto, but he needs something that actually deals with the board now.
yeah, I agree with that.
And actually, not seeing the root spider moving
No,
while in a
that's
position.
reasonable. I think Shield Maidens would want to go for the Wizard then anyway. So that's 2 damage for Alberto from the White Balls. Shield Maidens attacking the Wizards then, so that's 13. And Ruin can't move because of Quagmire. We see the Druid going up.
I think that's probably to kind of keep the Archimago in range for a possible dispel. I imagine.
He was in range as well. Yeah, he can move. I think it's more to avoid Craterize.
Oh yeah, that's true as well. And
Does
it looks like we are seeing another threat coming
Phalanx, yeah.
down.
The 5/5
Very
is really a big
yeah,
threat, big body.
and is probably thinking about the position because you have to consider with
You also gotta think that Power of Bliss makes them able to move everywhere.
yeah, yeah. It's probably not that great of idea, but it definitely is a good synergy. Like maybe in other matchups it will be more impactful,
I
but
agree.
having more options is always good.
Fefe ha smesso di copare.
C'è da considerare su scelte di due trasmesse di challenge. Non conto. Possiamo rimettere la
Okay, that's a good way to get rid of Dacian Phalanx, Kevin. Kevin su Dacian Phalanx.
Well, it didn't last long, but at least that's probably half of Alberto's turn right now. We also see the the Earth Spider moving and stopping the
Shield Maidens.
Shield Maidens, which I don't know, like you could have moved it one turn earlier and then stop it going, which means I don't know. Maybe he's planning on using the power of Bliss at some point and then she will come online.
Either that or using Kevin again on Ruin.
We're seeing Alberto carefully thinking about his next move. He's probably considering if he wants to play another side that might potentially be one of the attacks. But it looks like he decided to go for it. And it's a Avoid of the Light, which I don't know if it really does much right now.
No.
I kind of lost track of what.
It's got everything.
Yeah, he's got three air and three earth, so it's only to get one more mana.
Going up to 9 and 5 this turn because of Kevin.
So you come to wonder what he's trying to do with this 9 mana with like 8 million characterized. Like he's but it's starting to look kind of big from here. So it might not have that many options.
Kevin of
Yeah,
the Ring.
Kevin of Ryan that was kind of expected. And once again, Alex is relying on his top deck to find clever from the board. Avevo visto. It looks like the druid is going to attack the Ashimara. Yeah, we're seeing another 3 damage.
10 a 20.
Once again, trying to corner the Archimago. But I don't know.
I would have placed him somewhere else. 1-0 per.
Fox e 10 spread. Alex doesn't really have many options right now. I think only one or maybe 2 cards in hand. So he's really just having to put what he draws on the board and hoping that keeps drawing minions that don't really do much.
We gotta keep in mind that Alberto is in the same situation too. He only has one card in hand.
Yeah, like I think the Power of Bliss really ended up taking a big fall on it.
Yup.
Because I took a peek at his hand some 2 turns ago and I think I saw a Grandmaster Wizard with I guess it's the only card he has left.
That's
And with the graveyard also running
Fraterize.
see a Fraterize coming out. That's interesting.
That's still good. And it's gonna take care of Fudge Butcher, but
Not to deal that much damage to
to
the druid
no
and also deal some damage to himself.
Amulet of Ninian, I think it only affects opponents. Oh no! Oh wow! Then I think the placement was correct. I would have played it.
Maybe he wanted to destroy the dark.
No, I still think targeting the Dark Tower would have been better. That's okay. Then it's gonna
Clearing
be
basically every
10
seed on
to
the board
16.
and getting rid of one of Alex's side, leaving it to only
Huh?
six.
10-16? Okay, that's good. And we gotta keep in mind that Fox better can just play it again later. This time, possibly, maybe.
On his own side to deal maximum damage.
Yeah.
But that also would get rid of the Amulet of
No.
Snow as it's only minutes. Or...
Yep. You gotta also consider that Fruit Spider died, but you know that was a necessary sacrifice. Unless he moved it back towards the long tower, I think he would have only taken one damage in that situation. So maybe that wasn't really the great move. And we see a autumn unicorn coming down from Alex. I still think that Fertilizer could have been managed better.
Yeah, but
Yeah, would have it really mattered that much?
I don't know. You're also seeing that Alex is getting kind of lucky with his draws. He
Yep.
keeps finding new crests to put on the board, which, to be fair, is what most of his deck is comprised of.
Yeah, I think he drew too many little small threats up until now. So getting to see the bigger threats right now is fair.
You also have to consider that Alberto, on the other hand, should have a lot of growth in his deck. So,
Yeah, I think at this time, at this point in the game, Alberto should really have a better situation going on for him. He's gonna draw a sight.
well, sounds like Chimago can do much else. Una bottiglietta d'acqua? Non credo, c'è qualcosa a mezzo. Ma poi c'è un'altra chiusa grossa, quindi. So Alex got some fuel in him with a good beer to endure these long games. Alberto seems to be in a really tough spot judging from his expression. And he's looking at his exile, probably trying to assess what is left in his deck that could recover this position. Because we also have to consider that one Craterizer is gone and
Yeah.
Alex is still at 16 life, which also could mean that after the second is gone, the moment our Shield Maidens come down could be a disaster because Arcane Power Shield Maidens are more. Oh, right. I keep forgetting that the Laurel is
No,
also
that
a
bolt
box.
potrebbe colpirsi solo senza farsi danno, però si colpisce da solo.
So we are seeing Alberto trying for another bolt, which looks like che ha colpito? Okay, so
He just wanted to get rid of it.
yeah, he probably needed another spell in the graveyard.
I think at that point I would have just hit Autumn Unicorn and used common sense to hit it again.
Yeah, I guess, but
Oh,
yeah,
period. Okay,
yeah, that is.
that's okay.
So
So we're back to square one.
Yeah, except that Alberto is alive with Alex kind of trading his life to keep hitting him. And we see a ring of Maria, which is very big. It could mean that Alberto's life is gonna go down very fast. Now, you also have to consider that Alex doesn't have much in hand and doesn't have that many cards that draw off the bat.
Okay. So we gotta see how Alberto's gonna deal with this Ring of Morrigan right now because that's that's good. And
Cosa hai fatto? Un common che stai mischiando?
cosa hai detto? Oh,
Oh,
good. Cioè, in che senso? Ah, no, no, no.
so a Pendragon Legacy just came down, getting back some powerful, unique, and more importantly, probably drawing a card's foot fox.
Ah, ah, ah,
Who
ah, ah.
apparently had a very big top deck with the disenchant for the ring of Moria.
Taking a damage because he moved away just because he wanted to avoid destroying his own armory. Allora c'era un Covaglioli. Sopra. Alberto is powering up right now. Siamo un'ora e mezza.
Mi sembra un mese che sto giocando.
Che pensano che stiamo commentando.
Fox, la prossima volta Death Speed.
Prossima volta Mirror di Sorcery.
No.
Io direi di mandare la prossima volta qua dentro perché
Per me non è più un problema.
è insostenibile questa cosa.
The players are starting to feel the fatigue of these two very long, drawn out games. So I think that we might start seeing some potentially misplays.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
like game three might be decided by who makes the biggest blunder, honestly.
So that's gonna be 6 to 16 right now. Root Spider. Root Spider is gonna beat down.
So it looks like that Alex decided them into probably answer the other root spiders, which is, I mean, it's not great, but you don't really have better options.
Yeah, especially with Power of Bliss, you can't afford to play Highland Falconer plus Malibu Rebirth, and you don't really want to play Malibu Rebirth alone. You really prefer Root Spider at that point.
Yeah, also considering that it is a cyber card, which probably
Sì, si teletrasporta, quindi non entra da nessuna parte.
Teletrasporta.
Sì, c'è scritto te.
Ma poi anche se fosse no, se non metto la carta, se la teleporto
C'hai Flanking Maneuver?
higher number of cycling cards in Alberto's deck starting to pay off.
Yeah. We really need more card draw power right now. Also, Alberto's graveyard is starting to fill up again.
Yeah, probably waiting for a chance to throw that Fraterize once more. But again, Alex is still very high on life and Alberto is still very low. So
Very low.
this flanking has given a little bit more gas to Alberto, but he still needs something that actually changes the flow of this game.
He really needs another Divine Healing right now.
And we just saw
Blink.
Blink. So he's still moving and still cycling, and it looks like he decided to keep the Archimago in its place.
4 mana input.
And now
Attacking,
he's
but
going on the offensive,
Uh,
using the magic missile, and it looks like
ma hai attaccato Fox? Perché non hai difeso con Root Spider?
because it looks like
The fatigue is kicking in.
yeah, yeah, we are starting to see the misplay I was talking about,
Yeah.
and this might be actually big. That two damage might have
Plus one damage more to, oops, to Alex because of magic miss.
6-14 confermate? Sì,
6 a
vabbè.
14. Ok.
E Alberto è terzo.
Okay. Yep,
So
that's
yeah,
that's a really big misplay, and that could really swing the game
yeah, we're also
back
seeing
to Alberto's
like
favor.
a misplay that didn't get punished because of another misplay. So
Due vite in più per
we're
Alberto.
seeing like how these long games kind of take a toll on you, and you also might start to wonder like in what shape whether this match is gonna go after into the finals against a player that has had
Another
this time
blink.
to restart.
Yep. Seeing another blink, another attack, I think. Maybe, possibly, maybe.
Thinking maybe about the
Okay.
position. And as I was saying, like we have Luca that finished his match very quickly and has had a lot of time to kind of rest up.
Yep.
So
Yep. That's
finals
important.
might kind of be now tilted in his favor.
Yeah. Oh, Philosopher's Stone on Alex, but it doesn't really do anything. No, it doesn't really do
Yeah,
anything.
definitely too
I thought
easy
it was an
to play.
Archimago. Yeah, you gotta think that both Alberto and Alex placed higher than Luca and arguably better players than him, but one of them having to take on Luca after this grueling game, uh, it's gonna maybe balance the thing a bit.
Yeah, yeah. Like you also have to think that Archimago is a very bad matchup for Battle Mage, I think, but he's also a much harder than to play, so that can make a difference too.
I think it all depends on whether Archimago manages to, place the normalos right, find the normalos and stuff like that. Normalos really swings the matchup in favor of Archimago. Other than that, I think that Battle Mage has some ways to get around it, especially with the Tantian Fate.
Yeah, but that's like one
One card,
card,
yeah.
and his main
Okay, it's gonna
throw
take the
and
damage.
kind
Oh!
that
Oops.
very good throw, but it needs these spells that will
Great Spider. Getting Alberto back to 5 life.
which is still a random board.
The ball was Fist for Pro.
Oh yeah,
So there's no way right now for Alex to bring Alberto down to 0. Okay. And Alex has conceded.
yeah.
Okay.
It looks like the potato is
È finita, è finita.
Sto game,
Ah, Alberto.
doppio pebble
Fox. Sì.
doppio pebble,
m'ha costretto a fare un cinghiale
e poi te l'ha tolto.
tolto.
Yeah, yeah. Alex was saying that the double pebble button really
Yeah.
was what influenced his match a lot because I'm not back, by the way, because it forced him to keep the ground war in hand to get eventually his full crowd. Um, but we also have to think that it's still a 5-4-5, so he might have considered just putting in cats more.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Definitely long and difficult game with many popular positions that could have probably gone either way in some occasions.
Yep. Well, congratulations to Alberto for, you know, taking this game, this grueling, hard, long game.
On a deck that he hasn't have many practice with.
Yep. Yep.
So definitely showing some skill of kind of adapting to a new and
Stanno
different
chiamando Alex. Alex,
Alex
ti
is being
chiamano.
requested by the fans.
Non
but
ci vieni.
he is saying that he doesn't want more life. He is
He has to
going
smoke.
to smoke.
Smoke break for Alex. And now we're waiting for Luca to prepare for his match. And
Penso che forse sarà sì,
solo before. Yeah, we're gonna take a big break right now to wait for the players to, you know, get a small break after this game.
yeah,
And we're gonna be back in 5 minutes. We're gonna take five, guys.
yeah, because I don't think we really need to
No. Okay.
talk about.
See you in 5 minutes. We got a special guest here. It's Alex. It's
Non dirò nulla, saluterò Gesto, i miei fan, vado a fumare.
Hey, have a great break, Alex. Siamo tornati, tappetino perfetto. Ok, we're back. Più o meno. Vedi? Adesso.
Era meglio al contrario. So we are back with the finals. We have
Okay, I'm just gonna change the names. Hai decidato, Fox? Ok. Te, Luca?
Sì, è da mo' che sei dato. Che tempo metta ai fuori.
Okay. We're gonna see another game of Archimago, but this time it is the Battle Mage.
so maybe we can opt for a faster match this time, which means it's gonna be much easier to
Yeah.
pressure probably faster than cats. So
It should be able to.
win the game much faster.
There are also some cards that are considered a menace that Battle Mage can play, namely Feast for Crows, then Atlantean Fate, and finally Grapple Shot. I think are the best three cards that Luca wants to see. He doesn't want to see his Screaming Skull. He probably doesn't want to see his Flaming Sword
Or is polymorph too.
and Polymorph and Shrink.
Yeah.
He wants to see his Ring of Morrigan.
Yeah, I think game one especially is gonna be decided by who, by how many of his minions Lucas sees compared to his death spells.
Yeah, that's gonna be the what really defines Luca's victory. Not seeing the spells that usually target other minions.
Because you also have to consider that if Luca doesn't play many threats other than the battle mage, all these magic mystics, all
Yeah.
these lightning bolts that we have seen in the last match, in the last match, targeting all of Alex's minions is now gonna go into battle mage's face,
Yeah.
potentially allowing Archimago to actually play as a battle deck and close the game very quickly.
Complimenti Lorenzo, complimenti. Yep. Looks like the game is starting and Alberto is on the play.
We're seeing a mulligan from two sides, and maybe we're gonna see the spell. He's probably mulligan hard for the top.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. Mulligan's over.
So it looks like he decided to go. Ah no, it was
A
two
side
spell
and
and
two
one
spells.
side. So maybe he actually already has some good sides, or he doesn't value the
Yeah,
follow-up.
either that or yeah. Hachimago is favored even without Nomolus, but that usually helps to seal the deal. You can see a great hand from Luca though right now. Oh, Nomolus, right from the start.
Yeah, that's definitely not what Luca wanted to see.
No.
But he has played Battle Mage for the entire season, so he knows how to deal with it.
Thunderstorm is great
Oh,
here.
that's gonna be a lot of damage right from the start.
Okay. 17 for Alberto.
But you also have to consider that one divine healing is almost enough to completely negate that thunderstorm. But it still is a good start.
You have to reach that triple threshold though. Perilous Bridge? Why do you want to put it though? That's another site that really hinders Battle Mage ability to close the game.
Because it stops Battle Mage itself too.
Yeah.
Yeah, like putting
It
it
stops grapple shot.
yeah, like you have two options. You could put it right above,
Yeah,
or you could consider kind of sealing off one side of the board from the potential access right for bottom lane.
I think that would be a better choice actually. Okay,
Yeah,
pawn
because it's also
to Langbok.
forcing Luca to play more sides, which is something bottom mage might not want to
14.
do.
Another turn, and you be over Divine Healing's ability to, heal Archimago. Even though if I was in Luca, I would have probably moved the Thunderstorm to the right. Oh, doesn't seem like it's gonna be a problem. Unless there's a blink. And okay, Earth. Advent is probably going for the triple threshold right now. Flanking maneuver isn't a eligible choice. No.
Che non puoi fare la L.
Non puoi fare la L. E il cavallo non si può muovere lì.
Perché non è un movimento, ma è un teletrasporto.
Già.
So maybe he doesn't have the blink, so he will be forced to take the 3 damages of the Thunderstorm.
Yep. Still want to be sure about it. He played a root spider.
Root Spider probably, I mean, there is a minion on the board, but it's not usually a very valuable. And he actually
Okay.
decided to use it to try and take less damage, so maybe he doesn't have access to healing right now.
And he doesn't really have the threshold right now. He's still
That
missing a
Root
side.
Spider now is potentially
Yeah,
vulnerable.
I mean, he can just break down right now.
I wonder why Luca didn't move to
Because
Senigallia.
it could have been hit by Thunderstorm.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Okay.
And
Root
also
Spider
it
from
cut
down.
even yeah, exactly why that side is so devastating for bottom mage.
And we gotta see how Luca wanted air for his threshold. Okay, flanking maneuver can be used,
Being online.
but right now, there's just a site uh, between, yeah,
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 and now
cat cover.
Luca is able to through the Archimago
Not only that, also,
add some card selection, even though you have to consider that some of those cards might be stuff
yeah,
that he decided to put on the bottom of his deck, maybe because they are those spells we were saying that are very
it's either
important
that
in this
or
matchup.
cards that he didn't want to have in his hand in the first turns of the game. If there's an Atlantean Fate under there, maybe we could see it next turn and be possibly a devastating card against, normal lows and perilous bridge. You also gotta see how Archimago is now in line for a grapple shot.
And I
That
think
could happen
Luca
right
is
now.
going to just
Oh,
putting
that
because I think the
no, it's air.
it's air, so it's
Yeah,
not even safe from the fire.
yeah, that's kind of not a good move, I think.
Unless he has a floodplain.
Okay, that would be good. That would be good. But I don't think he has any sight in his hand. It's either that or he has a blink. Blink on Archmago. Okay. Getting him back. Behind its perilous bridge.
Away from the grapple shot.
Yep. Even though you're still not safe from a blink. Tapping again. Lone Tower.
So we have 4 mana available right now.
Yep.
And we're using that for a
Magic Bolt. What? Bolt.
for a ball. So as we were expecting,
Yeah.
Alberto is using for a more kind of warm approach because they are not as valuable
Yeah.
used as removal in this matchup.
This is reasonable. 2 mana left for Alberto. Sisters.
No power of base this time, so
Mm-mm.
he is able to make full use. And it looks like he decided to discard
Beery.
yes, a Bury, which is
Probably not that great in this matchup.
Not bad, but not good. Gyre Hippogriffs. Great card.
yeah, it will allow Luca to finally get some
Top
damage
Archimago,
other
yeah.
than the than the thunderstorm off the board.
And now you gotta wonder, does Luca know what you can do with them? I don't know if he does. That's gonna be crucial. Yep,
Yeah.
he
So
knows.
it's gonna
Okay,
push for 3.
8.
Then we're
You
gonna
also
see
gotta
Battle Magister to move ahead.
you gotta consider this. Alberto doesn't have his third Earth threshold.
Yeah, and he's very low on life.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's gonna go much lower that fast.
Unless we see a grapple shot.
Yeah,
That
that could happen. Yeah,
very well turn this match.
upside down. I mean, it wouldn't bring him to 0, but it would bring him to 2.
And Luca could potentially go for another site and that maybe Vault or something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah. But you gotta consider that you can't hit Hachimago unless you hit that site,
Yeah, yeah.
and Bolt would be kind of a gamble.
Alberto's thinking out. Looks like his health is starting to dwindle. Yeah, probably doesn't have a divine meaning.
Either that, or he's drawing a site just to pray for that threshold. He does. Yep. Now we gotta think. How are you gonna use that site plus what you have in hand? It is good. It is good. He drew it.
Yeah, and you gotta remember that he has played a very long and tiring match
Yep.
right before this. So all these options, all these possibility he has to consider. Basically, he might be needing to take are hard to evaluate with the time.
Albert is probably also thinking that he's gonna win 2 games in a row. So, not in a row, but 2 games. And that also takes a toll on your mental state. It's hard enough to win one. Okay, looks like he's recycling something. Blink, maybe? Yep.
Yeah, looks like it.
He really wants to take full advantage of the size he do right now. And that's it. Holy ground, yeah. Yep.
So some eating, but that's not enough unless it's followed by a divine eating too.
Yeah, really sealed that down. Oh, Bolt. That's gonna do something.
Yeah, was that from the graveyard?
No, no.
Alright, so still a lot of resources for Alberto. Not a lot of help.
Attacking.
Yeah, I mean, he's not really in a spot where he has to worry about defending unless another
Yeah.
Griffin comes down that could still attack on the bridge. So the sisters not doing much else. So,
Blue is throwing.
voce non fanno di alzare.
Feast for Crows? 4? Divine Healing.
Yeah,
Yes, that's the way to go. Yeah.
definitely the spot to choose.
And we can see also Alberto's hand. Gigantism is a good card right now.
Yeah, so basically it means that Luca is currently at 10
7,
lives.
yeah.
Yeah, but he knows now that the Gigantism is there, so he can kind of try and play around it.
Yeah, but he can also give it to Archmago.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, he could try if he has an minion to put down a
Yeah.
blocker,
Yeah.
but
I don't
with
think
the
he has.
second expiring and it's gonna
You also gotta think that he used 3 mana already, so I don't think that's feasible.
yeah, so it looks like he doesn't feel the need to get another side down. He's just drawing cards and kind of has decided that he only needs a spell per turn
Yeah.
to close this game. But it's gonna be rough because that battle mage still has a long way to go before he can deal some damage.
Yeah. And also going down to 9 life isn't really gonna help Luca that much. You're just 3 balls away from dying. Luca really needs something like a flatling right now.
Yeah, that will be big, but as we have seen, he is not really trying to look for it.
Yeah.
He
Oh.
probably doesn't think it has a big chance of drawing it, and probably he needs something to put on the board more than he does the flat lane.
Yep.
Especially knowing that like another spider could come down right away.
Yeah.
But once again, it looks like Alberto isn't in a very good spot because as we saw, let's see, just do something good. It doesn't really have much unless he wants to start digging in his graveyard for those cycling spells he has played
I mean,
earlier in the game.
having double gigantism isn't that bad.
Yes, I suppose they could try to get away with the match very fast,
Yep.
but you also have to consider that the battle rage could very well kill the Sisters of Avalon right away and exposing the Archimago with only 11 life left.
Oh, that's
Is
true.
kinda risky.
That's true. I still think that at least using it now could be good.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Because like using it now means you are leaving probably your sister to fuel the battle mage.
Yeah.
And while you probably want to move them away, so he just have to waste another turn just moving.
That's
I
true.
think.
That's true.
Yeah. But I don't know. There are a lot of options probably, and I would imagine that none of them looks particularly good. So definitely not over for anybody.
No.
Like both players have their own problems to tackle right now.
Yep, that's very true. Uh, Di chi è il turno adesso? Ah, ecco, infatti.
Yeah, like basically Alberto is controlling the game, but he is fighting against his own death, not really
Yeah.
catching up with his function.
Yeah, it's more of a fight against himself than against Luca, because Luca isn't showing much of a threat right now. I mean, his worst threat, like Blackbug Cat, is just pinned down by Root Spider, and there's another one on the way. So there's no really much leeway for Luca to really get in and push some damage.
Yeah, but you also have to consider that kind of regardless of where the system is gonna move, Luca has the option open to kill them and potentially with a grapple shot also push some damage because if the sisters stay in the place you can trade, bro, potentially the grapple shot can the damage onto the Archimago and also gaining a very good position to keep pushing some damage. Or if the sisters move towards Archimago because they can't go anywhere else, unless he decides to put them onto his own root
At
spider.
that point, it's just better because you just grab a shot at Shimago and then kill
Yeah,
the
exactly. So we might actually see a counterintuitive move from Alberto if he sees this kind of line.
Eh? Sì.
So it looks like Alberto still hasn't decided what to do.
Yes.
Yes.
His head hitting his hands right now. He just doesn't know what to do. I think the easiest play is the best play. I may be a bit too greedy, but I think Gagantis can really take this game. Gagantis 1 plus Gagantis 2.
Dice a quel punto.
Looks like Alberto might consider moving his sisters away, hoping maybe for Grapple Shot to not be in Lucas' hands.
Okay.
Waiting to get
Gagantis Monarchimago and then hitting for 7.
Alright, so it looks like he is playing around the grapple shot by putting Archimago in front of his sister, but
That
that
doesn't
doesn't
really
really
solve his
no,
problems,
because
no.
he can grapple shot and then attack the sisters
Yep.
if he wants to. Actually,
This is worse.
gives Luca the option to attack Archimago
Yeah.
and decide if he wants to, so potentially pushing 6 damage and getting them 5 life.
Cosa ti sei saluta?
Mi ha chiesto se ti fare polymer sui ragni.
Sul?
Sui ragni. Io ho detto sono
Il ragno
sì, sotto dove c'è il battle page c'è un gatto e c'è
che
sotto.
Sbannati.
Faccio proprio vuoi.
Che regina volgare.
Mamma mia. Vedete la voce. Tanto di venire.
And so Luca is now considering his options. He has many cards in his hands. I don't know how many of them are actually effective in the situation, but he still has some choices, especially when compared to the start of the game when we saw Nomolus and Perilous Bridge and no way for Luca to get in.
Yeah, but you also have to consider that being at 9 life means that attacking the Archmage to get some damage in means potentially you are going to death next.
Yeah, especially if Alberta can do another Gigantism. Okay, grapple shot, 3 damage, going down to 8.
And then are we gonna see an attack on the sisters or an attack on the side? That's the big question.
Yeah, you could just as well attack the beacon and not take any damage.
Depends if Luca thinks he needs the card draw to
Yeah.
get something that will allow him to be faster with his clock.
If you draw a blink. Oh no, you can't. You can't use it. He used 3 mana.
Yeah, like whatever he draws, he won't be able to
Okay.
use it before his turn.
Going down to 8, 7. 8.
So he decided he needed something from his deck. And we're seeing that Fox Sister probably started the is already considering using the Gigantism, I guess.
No, it's in Lucas too.
Right, then I don't understand why I see Gigantism.
I think
It
Luca
works right
is
now.
considering what Gigantism really does. Oh, that's
Oh,
good.
so
That's good.
trying to lower the chances of going to death the next turn. What happens if he gets Gigant? Does it go to 6 or does it
Yeah, yeah,
it
6.
goes to 6?
6.
Alright. So it doesn't actually play around pressure because Gigantis on the Archimago would have been only 7
Yeah.
damage. I don't think Alberto plays anything that does only 1 damage from his hand. So, I mean, it doesn't really do much necessarily, but you have to consider that you won't really get any better use of this
Yeah.
shrink.
I
So,
think I would have used Shrink on the Sisters of Avalon,
uh,
if anything.
yeah, that might make sense, but you also have to consider that, like, if Alberto doesn't find a ball or he has missed this, is one more Archimago attack needed.
Yep, that's true.
But
That's true.
yeah, I think like going onto the Sisters of Avalon probably was better
It
because
was,
you're
yeah.
gonna get that damage for sure while he's gambling. I imagine it doesn't really
Also, I think Alberto could make a good case for, summoning another Root Spider now that Luca is at 8, exactly 8, just to attack.
Yeah, but I mean the spider would have a hard time attacking.
Quindi Gigantismo l'hai usato?
Okay,
Gigantismo?
so we see
Luca is
Luca
at 2.
going to 2. But it looks like we don't see any kind
Okay.
of boss spell. So Lucas still has at least
2 life points
one
left.
other this turn and another turn to kind of find some way to
If he finds a
kill.
blink, it's done.
Ooh, that's
Ring is also
a
good.
potentially very big card, but
Yeah, he's got to move away. So
yeah,
will he?
like you want to hit in that site, but you also kind of want to move.
Yeah,
So
that's
he
a
has
hard
to
choice.
decide how much he values his life against Alberto's.
Yeah, that's a hard choice.
And
Especially when Albertus has so many burn spells available to
yeah,
him.
like you gotta think that going to 3 rather than 2 once again isn't that much of a big deal.
Yeah. Problem is, if you can get Alberto down to 0 right now.
Yeah, like another grapple shot would have
Yeah.
been big, but still wouldn't have been enough.
No, no.
But since we have seen that Alberto doesn't have a bar spell, he could try and
Okay, going over there.
gamble on him not drawing one next turn.
Yeah. Blink.
Oh,
On
alright.
who?
So he is blinking, is
He doesn't know.
yeah, he didn't see the lion. And also he pinged the Archmago and game a lot.
He doesn't know. That's bad. That's
Kind of
really bad.
forgot that his look cut has been sitting there the entire game waiting for a chance to be blue. Or maybe he just thinks that moving the battle mage is not important. I'm
No,
not sure.
it's not. It's not. He just doesn't know.
Yeah, probably doesn't see.
That will spell his demise right now.
Yeah, like that's probably the line that we can potentially win in the game. But we
Yeah.
also no, because the look cut could attack right now because like you might also think that the spider would come right away.
Yeah, but it's 4 damage.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Getting
you
four
just did.
damage right
Yeah.
away, it's very very huge.
That's incredibly bad.
Yeah, because he also cut his only way to get some damage next turn if
Yeah.
the Archimago moves onto the main hollow. So this might actually be the
The
play
worst
the
play, yeah.
seal this game.
Yeah, yeah. That's sad.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
sad.
a very very big blunder.
Even if Archimago moves to no mollos, you can still use Ring of Morrigan to chunk down some of his life, but
Yeah,
you know, having a cat free would have been
yeah, like
much better.
staying on the Celt cavern would have
Yeah.
allowed him to still ping with Morrigan and only after move and attack this side,
Yep, yep,
which is
yep.
3 more damage, which might be a big difference, especially considering that he's probably not playing more than 2 spells a turn,
Yeah.
so the damage from Ring of Morrigan.
Yeah, it's not that valuable.
Yeah, even though the healing is, yeah, like another Ring of Morrigan will
Yeah.
be enough to get around a Bolt or a Magic Missile.
That's better. Is that a common sense seeing? Yep, it is.
Yeah, so I guess we are
Yeah,
gonna
I guess
see Luca
that's down.
going
Yeah,
to
to 0.
yes, because he can take the magic misses over the lightning bolt. That I guess was the reason Luca decided to move there. So we're gonna see Luca in the Astoria.
And that's sad to see because, it wouldn't have changed much. But, you know, now Lucas' chances are 0.
Yeah, because
Archimago can move and just
the
recycle
battle
Magic
mage
Missile.
was still on the cover. It might have found a way to
Okay, what do you think?
get away from the magic misses.
Merlin? Super preso. Non sa le regole principali di Sorcery.
Poteva blinkare lo bloccato che è stato bloccato principale per tutta la partita, invece ha blinkato il button anche perché si è aspettato che il gatto era di palese.
One
And
oh,
we're seeing a concession from other from Luca June.
In effetti anch'io. Sta venendo preparato il food. Che bello. Cosa? Sta tirando.
So we are now gonna see what might.
Ok, lo sapevi.
So let's see what could be decided.
Però lo sapevi che potevi farlo. Ah, ok.
Ah, so Luca did see his move, but only too late.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, yeah. This might have cost him the game, depending on what he had in hand. Well, Fugge. Ciao. So let's look at the sideboards and
Yep.
see what potentially might come in for Luca.
Okay. So what can Luca do here? Yeah, another blink.
Yeah, can definitely help his creature get around the spires.
Just like crossbow.
Yeah, true sight crossbow will allow his bottom mage to deal damage even when Alberto tries to stop him with a Yamalo.
I
So
think,
that's
yeah.
probably the best card in the sideboard.
I think these two cards are what Luca really wants to do.
Yeah, maybe also the thunderstorm for push another 9 damage. Like we have seen it the reason Luca was at an advantage in game one.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, that's very true.
what about Alberto?
Yeah. Alberto has Fortmire can be used again by the mage, and you could argue that
Decent
Royal Bodyguard.
or Royal Bodyguard, I mean, can block bottom mid without dying.
Yeah, Disenchanted Fortmire are probably the best bets.
Yeah, Wicked Wish doesn't affect
No, only me.
Avatar, so probably not very good in this matchup. Cos'è
Perché dovrei?
questo? Che dovrei volerlo io?
Perché non te lo porti dietro? Perché? Ah, poi torni. Beh, allora sì. Non torna. Lo troviamo morto nel viso. Ci sono le onde alte oggi. Non andare al molo.
Pedalò.
Pedalò per la Croazia Simulator. Ciao.
A dopo.
Okay. Sounds like the game is almost ending. I think I have a slice of pizza.
So we see once again Alberto really thinking carefully about his side plan.
No, Alberto.
Grande Albi. Luca, on the other hand, looks like had a very forward siding plan and is already shopping.
Mm. Sei stanco, Pino?
Io non ho idea di cosa abbia appena detto. Cosa c'è di pizza?
Pizza da pizza!
Ha letteralmente tradotto parola per parola.
Alla fine è un coniglio.
Alla fine è un coniglio.
Oh, Pier, davanti al pezzo Pier 27.
Sì?
Dopo campo te.
C'è posto, abbiamo anche posti in più.
Quanto sei messo?
Il 5 di via Capanna è enorme.
Lello, ha visto il game?
Fuoco.
Alberto, io non conosco nessuno. O il terzo. So we're now gonna see Luca on the play, which might make that one turn difference. Because like without the Lubbock cut blunder, like the game might actually have come down to a last turn situation.
Yeah, especially without divine healing available.
Yeah, but you can't really expect Luca to um, hit the Fistful Crows again, and Alberto menacing his divine enemies.
Yeah.
So we might actually see an even worse game for this time. But we'll see. Luca trusting his opponent decided not to cut the deck.
Che carino, guarda che facciamo così.
Mi sono oliato mezza gamba.
C'è una foia di
Fai
rucola.
commettere in italiano, basta.
Adamo ed
Parla
Eva.
senigalese.
Parlo in senigalese.
Dovrei.
Allora,
Se vanno a 1-1 comincio a fare in
insomma, non ci stavo messi bene, qui...
Inizia a parlare marchino su.
Salia.
Salia.
Saluto, salia. Tacca via, tacca via. Si tacca.
Vabbè, senti,
Malutti
ci
dal
vediamo dopo,
rampino.
tanto questo game dura mezz'ora.
Ciao.
Sei modesto.
Alright, so Lucas starting with a wizard hand. That's definitely a good start, even though he doesn't have any pressure right now. But one card is very good, and you really aren't expecting Archimaru to hit the wizard hand anytime soon. And we're gonna see a perilous bridge from Archimaru. So once again, a very good defensive opening from Alberto here, though we haven't we haven't seen the new models and Perilous Bridge perform as much as they can last game, but it's still very good to open them right away.
Sei rimasto da solo, che schifo.
Sto aspettando che facciano qualcosa.
Well, well.
Luca is thinking very hard about what side he wants to put into play. Maybe he has some different turn to plays that he could make, depending on what threshold he puts down. But I don't know. Maybe he has. Oh, so he's still debating on what to draw, and it looks like it's gonna be. I wonder why it doesn't go straight for the spell. Maybe he's looking for a particular side, or there's missing a threshold. But it looks like he's gonna go for a spell. Maybe looking for that turn to edit Falconer. And we're gonna see a tower come down, so 3 mana for Luca. But we're gonna see that Falconer, so probably 1 mana wasted, unless we see something like a Philosopher's Stone or come down. But the Falconer is definitely a good play because the Paladin Bat can get over the perilous bridge and start pushing them up right away unless Alberto finds some way to remove it with like a magic missile. Posso fare una proposta migliore, ma se tipo il sacco lo mettessi dentro al busto prima di riempirlo.
Io già dico, lo metto subito, l'ho detto. È proprio grosso.
So we're gonna see Alberto moving his Archimago with a blink, so no magic misses for him, which means he might start taking some damage. So Luca once again not entirely sure what to draw. You can wonder what kind of side might be so valuable to make him give up a spell draw, considering that Ashmore doesn't really have that many sides on the board usually. But he goes for the spell once more
È più bravo lui.
and doesn't look too happy with it.
normale.
Maybe.
Per lui, cioè,
Sta stamattina un
deve
po'.
parlare in pubblico, dipende di
Poi in inglese.
Sì, sono
oltre al fatto che hai questa pronuncia da italiano inglese.
Non è vero.
So we're gonna see another tower come down. So we have now 4 men, potentially a giant hippogriff to push. And instead we see the crossbow, which doesn't do much right now since the Archimago isn't on the line of sight of the bottom mage. And once again, Luca is wasting 1 mana because the crossbow costs 3 and he had 4 mana. So oh, so a crossbow is only 2 mana. Sorry,
Non
so
ti giudichiamo.
he's waste kind of not really playing on curve.
yeah, but he did have two because he only had three sides in hand.
Yeah. And like you really need to put the Falconer first, I guess.
There's a really bigger matter right now, which is Luca doesn't have a matter threshold online.
Yeah, true, but you also have to consider that other than the loop cut and another couple of spells that are high cost, it doesn't really mean water that much. Considering that should hand polymorph prone to
Yeah,
anything
short and
against
polymorph
Archimago.
don't do much. It's just that I think that Atlantean Fate is a great card in this matchup. It's just unique. It's just one card, but
And it also costs 5 mana, so it
yeah, it
still
does.
has some time to get his to a water threshold
We
for
see a
it.
wizard stand from Alberto,
Right
and
in the corner where it's gonna be difficult to trigger.
I don't know what's the site that's under Anchimago right now.
Let me check real quick.
Pillar Zeus.
So something being wasted from Alberto, but you also have to consider that both Archimago and Battlemage don't play that many minions. So even later in the game, the pillar wouldn't do much, and we see a very early Philosopher's Stone that could really give a big advantage to
Thank you,
Alberto.
Manolo.
We see
No.
Sandro, but
Ah, no, power of flight.
I think it must have been Power of Flight because Frankie Maneuver wouldn't really have put Archimago in a great position. Um, and it looks like he doesn't have a 2 mana spell to use to put that Philosopher's Stone already
Gotta keep
to
another
effect.
thing in mind that Archimago really is struggling to find his threshold right now. Only one air threshold and one earth threshold. They're both a bit struggling with their sides.
Yeah,
Maybe
but
Battle Mage has an edge right now.
yeah, but you also have to consider that while Battle Mage doesn't need to cast as many spells,
Mhm.
he also doesn't like, I think, drawing more sides because he doesn't have that much cardio, especially in this matchup where he can't use his major engine.
Yeah, he can't use grapple shot. He can't use make draw engine, which is Battle Mage itself. He does have a line of attack, which is probably bad.
Yeah, he will at least be able to push 2 damage this turn, but that's really not enough, especially considering that Alvin Bats could die at any moment now.
Yeah.
So I really think that um, Luca might want to at least put another side close to the one he has right now, so he has another way of attacking available.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, like that Falconeer is not gonna do much.
Also, since we Italians live in the North Pole, you can hear Santa Claus preparing his presents right now.
Ecco.
We're getting ready for Christmas, guys. Another Paliburi bet someplace.
Yes, so that's actually pretty good for Luca because now he has
He has drawn a side, I think, this
more
turn.
race, yes, but apparently he doesn't want to move his battle mage yet. Maybe he has something like a Gyro Hippogriff in hand that he wants to play. Um, and you also have to consider that the main way that Alberta might have to get rid of both Palibulbats would be an earthquake, but
Yeah,
Palibulbats
doesn't really die to
yeah, because of borrowing, so probably one of the best moves he could have right now. Because even if he puts both on the same site, they still won't both die to a match missed.
Yeah.
And we're seeing
Wizards then. No
another
threshold
wizard.
again.
Yeah,
No threshold
that's
again.
rough, even though he has some cover advantage, but you also have to consider that the Polybody can get and trigger both of them in 2 turns.
Yeah. Yep.
Maybe
Yep.
less
That's very true.
if a grapple shot comes down. So, and if Luca has a Gyre Hippogriff, he can.
He can try to push for the other wizards then. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's that? Angel's
And
Egg.
Angel's Egg, so one of the Pariburi bats basically became useless.
Yeah.
But we might see potentially a disenchant common line later in the game where the battle
Very
may
late in the game.
start moving.
Much later.
Yeah, right now I must think that Luca wants to put another side down. He can't really afford to move.
No, we can't. He really needs to hit that foresight threshold he needs to cast his more powerful spells. You know, Giant Hippogriffs here could really spell trouble for Alberto, especially since we have True Wizards then in play. Alberto doesn't really want to see his hands thinning down. Not right now.
Yeah, we're also seeing that the crossbow that looked so strong on paper isn't actually performing at all. And we just saw Luca deciding to not go for a side, but not looking very happy about what he drew.
I thought Luca had drawn a side last turn.
I think he has one in hand, but he probably also needs something to do with the four mana, I
Yeah.
suppose. And he maybe didn't draw it.
Io la tua ragazza. Se non
Telefono
sarà
laggiù
vivo.
e qui ho... non voglio farvi vedere,
Inquinato
non voglio
completamente.
farvi vedere la carta preso in cui
Non vogliamo
Appena
vederlo
mandato
ogni
un
tanto.
messaggio 3 ore disponibile. Pezzo di segno.
probabilmente ha chiamato la polizia.
Ti ha chiamato, ti ha telefonato, il
C'è tipo tutto
cellulare
il
in
telefono che vibra, sì,
silenzioso.
sì. Io gliel'ho detto. Sì, io
Con la
sono a posto, io con
coscienza.
la
Devi dire,
coscienza sono a
guarda,
posto.
Adesso viene a scrivere su YouTube.
Oh,
ciao ragazzi, mi stai ignorando per questo?
ma
Grazie.
che sfigato.
Capito?
Il gioco
Alright,
morto.
so
Mi
we
Sfidato
have
scrive.
di
seen
tutto.
another tower from Lucas, still no access to the wall threshold. But 5 mana, we'll see what he can do with it.
Mi scrive spara le blacklist. Arcimago puzza. Il copio. Bravo.
Alright,
Good
so
move.
we're
Good
seeing
move.
an aggressive great shot to kind of uh, find battle mage a position where he will be able to start shooting with the crossbow.
Yep. Even though he's still far away from Archmag. Another couple turns just to deal like 3 damage.
Alright, so we are
2
gonna
damage.
see 4 damage from the Palibur bats,
Okay.
but one is gonna get healed
Yeah.
right away by the Angel Dragon.
Angel's Egg is revealing itself to be
Yeah,
quite a bit of
also
trouble.
don't really approve of the positioning of the bots because right now,
They're in line.
if yeah, no, like having both bots on the same side would have been better because one magic missile can kill both, but now a magic missile can kill the buff and the
Adam
Falconeer.
Partner, yeah.
But you might also argue that he is trying to go for the wizard's dance, which
Yeah.
is
That's reasonable.
important.
It is.
But I don't know, you have to kind of consider that between common sense and all the casual that he has,
Yeah,
Alright, we see a Quagmire come down, so
that's
we
good.
now have two Earth thresholds and only
Yeah,
one Air.
that also means that Alberto has spent his last 2 turns drawing a site.
Yeah, but it also means that he is very close to getting Divine Healing online, which
Yeah,
might spell trouble for Luca.
definitely. Just erasing all his efforts in the last, 10 turns or whatever.
But still, we haven't seen any kind of removal come down from Alberto's end. So
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I don't really know how many spells Alberto has in him, but he should have. He has like 5 mana. He can do stuff right now.
yeah, and he has
Yeah,
a very full hand. But he doesn't look happy, and he didn't look happy when he looks at the card that he
Yep.
drew this turn.
that's also true.
Ooh,
Orb of Barbaric. In that position, it's good.
wow.
Yeah,
So no kind of impact on the board this turn, and also he has given up on his wizard tennis when he's coming to card.
sì, sì, stoppa, stoppa. Okay, so right now Alberto is in a great position, and
I mean, he's gonna lose two spells right now, and
yeah,
you also
he
have to consider that potentially Luca might just move his bottom mid to one step to
he
the
can't.
left. I know, yeah, because of the quiet one. So at least the Orb of Barbaric is not gonna be dispelled right
Yep.
away, assuming Luca has even has dispelled. Because if
He did
then
have. He did. He had a disadvantage. I don't know. If he did have a disadvantage, he would have used it on Berserk, I think.
yeah, but you also have to consider that like disenchanting the Orb of Barbaric basically means completely nothing. So
That's true. But we also must remember that Alberto has a Philosopher's Stone.
no. I'm missing the wizard.
These players are.
Oh, so apparently
Okay.
they decided that
They both decided that.
that giving spells to the graveyard to Alberto was actually his favor because apparently he hasn't got very good spells in hand and he'd rather recycle what he already has in the graveyard.
That's reasonable, I think.
I don't know. And also, I just noticed that the
But
battle
the mage
mage
didn't move
hasn't
at
done
all.
anything last turn. He didn't draw a side, he didn't play a side, he didn't move, he didn't attack.
No, didn't move attack? Okay, he couldn't, but he at least could have drawn a sight, I think.
Ah, yeah, yeah, I keep forgetting that Quagmire also helps him. And we're seeing a
Blue Knight,
lookout
Shrink, Magic
revealing.
Missile, and Lugbook Cat. Okay. Lugbook Cat can't be possibly. No, none of them aside from Magic Missile can be cast
Yeah,
right now.
because of no blue threshold.
Threshold, yeah.
And so Battle Mage not drawing us.
Potevi
Luca
pescarlo
si è
con
zitto,
Battle
sei
Non hai
Mage.
tappato il
Battlemage.
Battle Mage.
È immobile, ma può tappare perché è sì.
Yeah. So we're seeing that
You got me!
the late hours are definitely having an impact of the level of play of these players. It's definitely not easy to not forget anything in a game as complex as Sorcery, in a board state as complex as this one.
Especially in this matchup and at this hour of the day.
Yeah, after having played other stressful matches before.
Against the Queen.
What?
What? So Alberto is finding himself in a great position right now, especially if he has common sense available to him. He can double his common sense and just try to clear the board. Either the
that
board,
Alphys and is basically useless right now.
yeah, either the board or Lucas' life point.
I think it's a good time to do that.
Hai insegnato la...
Sì. Feast.
Ooh.
Feast for grapple.
So, getting rid of Lucas, best way to move around the battle mage, but I don't know, it's already in a good position and the crossbow will help Luca go around any kind of defensive side, but still, grapple shot does represent the best way Luca has to increase his damage.
Yeah. Increases damage and close the game. I think that's reasonable play.
Yeah, like what else would you even target? Maybe Dispel
I,
potentially could have been a choice.
yeah. You don't even have to think about the water spells right now because Luca doesn't have a reasonable way to accumulate one or two water thresholds.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, if he is very lucky and draws a card playing that
Yeah.
would single-handedly solve his lack of water threshold, but that's not very likely. And forgetting to draw a side fast could definitely make a difference right now.
Yeah, yeah, I could. Yeah, Luca forgetting to go aside. I can't say it's making him lose the game, but it's making it much more likely right now. I mean, every move here matters, especially in a matchup where you have to value your turns every turn until the eighth one. At the eighth turn, you just pray the opponent doesn't have Crater Eyes. Still, we're seeing Alberto thinking hard about its choices. His choices. Looking through his deck with a now looking through Luca's deck.
Yeah, I think he's considering
Doubling down on Fist for Crows, yeah.
No, yeah, because we have the orb in play. So
Oh.
he's looking carefully with the first copy to decide what he might eat with the second one.
I think you should declare your target before, actually.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
Alberto.
I don't think you named the spell before.
Name as
Yeah, yeah, like he has the list available anyway, so it's not
Yeah, it's just.
Perché casti le corde? Secondo me il nome lo fai quando risolve, aspetta.
Sì. Credo che parta prima quella di Orb, tra l'altro.
Sì, che se crei una copia partita.
Quindi sì, no, vabbè.
C'è la prima della...
Esiste?
No, perché non è un target, dice name a spell, quindi tu lo fai sulla risoluzione.
Face Assassin.
No, certo, però con la prima
Sì,
guarda la
sì,
storia.
Giusto.
Eh?
È stato bellissimo.
Perché hai visto anche tu?
Perché ho detto, beh,
Perché F quell'estate giocava a Fiume.
Ma sai che secondo me neanche giocava a finita,
Era
era solo perché
solo quel giorno.
no, era perché aveva fatto il meme su quella roba lì del chiamava
Sì.
finita, in realtà non
Non
giocava
giocava
a
a
finita.
perché l'hai trovata poi Pier?
Ha guardato il mio canale quando ho postato la live.
Sono tipo solo privati i video su quel canale, non si sa perché quello era in bagno e lì stava ho rischiato il licenziamento.
Dovevi guardare.
So it looks like
Pure
we finally got a water side, and
Okay.
it's a Valley of the Light. So the Blue Knight is finally able to calm down and increase Lucas' race. I also think we missed some hits of Angel Head. So, quant'è che state di vita? 20 anni? Senza contare questo turno di Angel Head.
Ok. Ma l'ha giocato?
Sì, ne ho giocato una, ha trovato Valley of the Light. Sì, sì, penso.
Clippato duro. Oh, no, se starnutisco qua esplode il microfono. Getting back to 15.
Yeah.
No, Fox has some options available.
Yeah, he decided to draw a spell, and it looks like he drew something that at least might be good, judging from his expression.
He looks surprised. Definitely unable to maintain a poker space right now.
Not that he has really been trying the
No.
previous turns.
It's not famous for doing that anyway.
L'hai comprato?
Still pondering.
Looking at this graveyard is maybe thinking about crashing something.
Another double fist for pearls. Just thinking the opponent's deck.
Getting rid of this blue knight to have even less threats from Luca, like if he went double fist with gold and gets rid of blue knight and magic missile, Luca will be left with two basically blank spells in hand.
Yeah.
Or is that? Oh no, wait, there is a black card.
Lightwood card, yeah.
Yeah,
Magic
but
missile,
he can't
shrink.
play it until another water side comes down. So
Yeah.
that might actually be a decent move to slow the game even more.
That could be true. But you know, Alberto is in a Alberto Fox is still in a good position. I still
There is
think that
a lot of
there's a lot of stuff. Yeah,
on the board.
there's a lot of stuff. I don't know what's over that old.
Um, the Falconeer.
Oh, okay, right, right. I forgot about it. So, did Fox have to discard his spells?
Oh, but I didn't see that we have two engines like on the board now.
Oh,
A lot of life for Alberto. Quindi sei a 16 adesso? O l'hai appena fatto? 14.
ok. So, quindi arriverà a 16.
Yeah.
So that means that Luca really wants to find his dispel right now.
Yeah, this spell would be very, very big right now. But contrary to Alex, he is not playing Earth, so he doesn't have the common sense to search for it.
No problem, friend.
Mi sa proprio pochissimo.
Bravo Luca.
Ottimo.
Teso.
Very, very heavy. Yeah.
It looks like we are seeing something being flashback.
Yeah. What could it be?
I also see.
Anti-Money Healing Gear.
Yeah,
But he can't play it now.
yeah, I don't even know how it got.
Wizard's Death.
Yeah, yeah, the Wizard's Death. I missed when those were attacked.
Cosa ha tirato? Ah, ok.
Deciding what it was to flashback from his career.
Sto facendo adesso.
Nanna posso?
Vedo la chiesa.
Non ha fatto nessun cavolo.
Gioca un po' di terzi.
No, ce l'abbiamo ogni tanto.
Sì, sì, l'hai messa tipo una volta, tutto questo. E ti giuro, in questo momento ci sono quante 5 persone in questa cazzo.
Sono un po' degli attacchi epilettici.
Io vedo un cerchio, si chiude. Ne vedo qua.
Sento sempre un dolore a fare un cerchio tipo.
Se vuoi la metto
Ma
verso
la puoi
neon che è ancora più
spingere?
forte. Verso neon è ancora più forte. Dai, cambiamo. Tutto sul microfono clippato duro.
Ti prego, rimetti quella gialla.
Mamma.
Metti quella sottofondo, ti prego.
successa roba, è successa roba. Che è successo?
Eh,
Earthquake, cos'era?
Luca
Earthquake.
Signore.
Earthquake, alright.
Alrighty.
That's a big step back for Luca.
That could also mean that Luca can snatch that angel's eggs that are underground right now.
Yeah, but they're on the other side of the board. The Arshimaru moved. But at least
Oh,
the
yeah.
Baliburi bats are still alive because of borrowing.
Yeah.
We're probably gonna see another blue bot come down.
I hope so at this point. Sight?
Luca looking for a double water threshold, but it looks like he.
Do it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so we finally have the captain cat to consider.
Alberto is almost out of space to play Cyclone.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, but I think that if he plays a side every turn, he is gonna be able to get to mana anyway, and Luca is probably not very um, willing to just throw sides just to cut away.
I mean, if he only needs one, it's reasonable.
Yeah, the thing is that you can't really place a set about Wizard's Land
Yeah.
right now,
Yeah,
so you would
that's
need
true.
at least two,
Yep.
while Alberto
Unless-
doesn't play anymore.
Unless the left
He
side is
finds,
playing Cat
yeah,
City.
but are you really willing to gamble?
No, no, you're not.
So we're seeing more threats coming down. Uh,
And
kind
well,
of playing against another earthquake. So
yeah, because it's very possible that Alberto casts it again. Casts it again.
I think it was flash back.
No, no, it's in the
Discarded
graveyard.
it. Yeah. Oh yeah. All right. So
Oh, look out. Okay, so the blocking strategy really doesn't work right now.
yeah, not really something that was worth going for
Yep.
anyway, in my opinion.
Also, a quanta vita sei, Alberto? Ah, ecco, pareva, infatti.
Yeah,
Ha colpito con i bat.
really hard keeping track of the life total with two angels egg and tiny dot of attackers on the board right now. And now the game is really taking another turn because um, Luca has a lot of damage on the board,
Yep.
and his bottom mage is finally free to move around and start attacking Alberto.
That's fine.
Yeah, with a grapple shot, it's gonna be hard to output a large amount of damage. Where we also see magic missiles in Luca's hands,
And Blink,
yeah.
maybe?
Where do you see
No, no,
Blink?
no. I mean, in the future.
Oh yeah, not that
Possibly.
really.
Luca has a small deck right
Like
now.
he doesn't really need the movement because of the crossbow, so he can just.
I think Luca has like 30 cards in his deck.
I suppose.
Vabbè, sì. Ma ti dà 50.
What's happening?
Ma gli sono state tolte quelle di Grappush,
Ah,
quelle
vero,
di
vero, vero.
Kiss for Crow.
No, Triverse. So potentially, if Alberto doesn't have a way to clear at least some of the threats,
Yeah.
we might be seeing up to um, 10 damage next turn. We might become
Common sense.
13 with the button mage attack or the magic missiles.
Common sense for...
Common
For
sense.
another common sense. Interesting. And dove sta l'orb? L'orb è su
L'orbo è
Wizard Land.
sottoterra.
So we don't see, yeah, so we don't see any more double spells. So we are
Sì, sì, ma
just,
resterà.
so we're just using the common sense to fuel the graveyard, is my guess.
I guess he wants to throw out another Earthquake at this point.
Yeah, but that's not actually achieving mana considering that the bats will attack right away.
And the other guys are on water sides. No, the cat isn't. No,
So yeah,
it's not
I
on the water
could
side.
remove the cat.
Yeah, but it's not worth it right now.
So maybe actually Lucas' placement didn't make that much sense because putting it on the lighthouse would have still played around
Yeah, yeah.
the earthquake.
At least before attacking, then after the attack.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
That makes sense.
But if you played like a cat on the lighthouse and then went upwards, um, to throw earthquake, Alberto would have had to move on the Perilous Bridge, and then you could attack it with your through sight crossbow. So that would have been maybe a better way to play it.
Oh, don't know. I think you might still like.
Oh, well, that's gonna solve
Alright,
something.
and maybe like did he search it with another common sense, I guess.
Yeah,
So
and he's got one mana left. Yeah, or two mana
he has a few
left. One, two, three. Should have
yeah.
three. Uh, okay, so he's going back to 16 life.
But now he's gonna take a big swing.
Yeah, not that much because Battle Mage still can't
Well, I
attack.
mean, it's then just tunnel because
Oh,
the
what's that? What's that?
Che cos'è?
Cos'è quello? Ah, ok.
Alright, we see a thunderstorm.
It's not a good place to
Really?
be.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't want to hit himself with it. We're gonna see 7 damage, I guess, come down
Why seven?
because it's 3 from
Oh
the
yeah,
cat and
the
4
cat
from.
has four.
Alright, let's say then I was thinking about his cost.
But he got a measure carefully. I think I would go another way with the cat. I think I would have gone on the Paris Beach with the cat.
Yeah, I don't
And
know.
on the
Maybe he
lookout
doesn't
with
want
the other
to
cat.
put them all in line with the Archimago
Yeah,
in case of a barrage.
oh, that's possibly true, but I think I would have. No,
Yeah,
that's
I
maybe
think I
the
would
bad
have put
Mm.
the I think I would have put the cat in front of the
Yeah,
Archimago to cover for missiles,
yeah.
and also because it can move diagonally, so you kind of want to have it near the Archimago to cover
Okay,
more
that's 8
possible
damage.
escape routes. So we're seeing the
Okay,
magic missiles come down.
so down to 5, back to 7.
And
7, vero?
plus the storm.
Plus the storm? 4. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're seeing a big race from Luca, but you have to remember that divining
Mm,
is
mm,
Yeah,
mm.
board. Yeah.
but
Even though you can't throw it out
yeah,
again.
there is no no
No
third
triple
earth
better.
threshold for Alberto yet.
You also got a. Okay,
But here
there
it
you
is.
go.
Mhm.
But you
But
also got. Yeah.
yeah, the divine ending was banished, but he might have another.
Now, no, I need to concentrate.
Like a double divine ending would basically put him back to 20 right
Yeah,
now.
for 1 mana.
2 mana because you
One.
have to. No, the RD is not alive, so you would
Yeah,
have to
but
cast it
he's got.
twice. Alright, slowly broken. And then with like the other numberings, it
Yeah,
was
7.
7 mana.
Yeah,
Just
he can just close the game.
start working on clearing the board of
I fucking
pieces of
hate
them.
Archibald.
You play Archimago.
I wouldn't want to play against
I hate you.
it. Sì, sì, è vero. Gli esseri umani si aiutano a vicenda. Infatti ci stiamo torturando a vicenda in questo momento. Zero. Esatto. Ma buono fare che impacchette i regali. Le
Io che penso di aver sussurrato per tutta la serie. Secondo me metà delle cose che dico non si sente.
No.
Perché il tema è che tu non puoi parlare troppo forte perché di là si sente, perché sempre te lo devi far sentire al microfono.
Se solo ci fosse stata una presa laggiù.
Comunque è registrato.
Sì.
Ce ne frega qualcosa.
Tanto canale di lei.
Penso che la professionalità sia andata a farsi fuori. Tipo la dopo di uno del primo round.
Alle 3 è appena entrato Fox in negozio.
No, il problema è che sei della mia faccia che è associata al nome che ha detto.
Tu sei pungolato dalle labbra.
Cioè, vabbè, è senso, anche il mio riferimento, però non è vero.
Questo lo dici. Quindi ha tirato di Vining.
Non ne ho più quale idea. Ho fatto un ragno.
Spider, yeah.
So that was not
Yeah.
double Paliburi rats on the same side.
That's bad. I think Luca is giving up right now.
He put his hood on, it doesn't look very good for him.
Yeah. He's on the dark side now.
The hood of despair.
Ma questo?
Non l'hai visto?
Ma perché è pubblico?
Con l'uomo con le due mani.
Cazzo davvero? Cosa è stato?
Non dormi stanotte.
Che cazzo dici? Ma dice il mio mercoledì non si può più.
No, c'è scritto solo festa.
Guarda, sono io.
Che quadrangolare.
È impossibile farlo come lui.
Non puoi reggere.
No, ma a parte l'aspetto, anche la personalità non è cioè,
no,
lui non direbbe mai quelle cose.
Scusa, guarda le cose.
Sì, pieno di commenti è stato
Dentro. I'm happy the shop sacrifice itself for support.
How can I donate the soldi a un certo punto?
Con alfabeta. I don't respect that move. I don't expect. Vabbè, tempi verbali possibili. Dove sei?
I have no idea what's going on anymore.
I just think Alberto's popping off right now.
Sì, vabbè, basta, fine. Commento tecnico.
C'eri alla parte del golf.
Cos'è? Sì,
Dell'applausivo.
quell'applausivo, sì.
Beautiful hole in one from Alberto.
Domani andrò mai di
Oppure torni a casa e parli solo in inglese.
La mia vita da questa parte.
Dopo mandate
5
ieri
ore che
sera.
stai parlando.
We are alla
Sono 5 ore che stai parlando in inglese.
Quindi è proprio il
5
momento
ore
di
e
parlare
7
in italiano.
secondi.
È il momento di fare
Il
di fare lo
marchio.
switch,
Farò.
Facciamo una
il
cosa.
code switching.
Visto che me abbiamo andata a puttane. Chi è arrivato a questo punto del video, scrive nei commenti la parola trota e riceverà 50 euro.
O da Gabriele Fattore.
In credito triplo.
Scrivere nei commenti.
Trota della conoscenza.
Trota.
Della conoscenza.
Oh, ma quel salmone cazzo è partito un paio di volte. Ha fatto 20 minuti,
È
però
orribile.
a parte che di flavor è stupenda. E poi in realtà secondo me però
Ma dopo qualcuno fa la partita.
io bene.
No, non tu.
Sì, no, è potente adesso, ho cambiato un paio di carte.
Io faccio una partita ma metti in palio la tua anima.
Io la mia anima è già andata.
Se male ti fai un po' di retto.
Ma siete matti?
Io domani mattina mi sveglio freddo.
Già avesse commentato.
Manco avessi giocato contro Arcimago per 2 ore.
Penso tipo Luca quando finisce questa partita per
Alex c'è andato a fare.
Alex infatti
Alex si è sparato una trottola negli occhi. Il suicidio dei samurai.
Col recupero col recupero la situazione ha paura
Fai il supercut con figlio di Geno, sì, esatto.
della Lega Pokémon.
Il supercut della Lega Pokémon. Lega Amici.
Ma di che cazzo parli?
Pokémon Neo.
Ah! Sì, dopo lo faccio.
Dai, grande.
Island
Princess, yeah.
Ring of Morrigan coming down. Maybe finally
Quant'è la
seeing
vita,
these
scusate?
finals.
8. Come sei arrivato?
Che è successo?
Sì, bravo,
Dai,
Giona,
Luca.
mi raccomando. Che ora
Mi raccomando, spammate
E
trota.
8 per i prossimi 30 secondi.
Dai. GG.
No.
Chi ha vinto?
Luca
Alberto.
conceding the game, so Alberto is gonna be our champion.
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
We'll see you with the next season's top 4 maybe.
I hope not.
Open up.
Goodbye,
You
goodbye.
don't want to even do an interview with the champions,
Yes.
Alberto.
Come, Alberto, come here. Marcello, come here.
Everybody.
Goodbye, goodbye, thank you. Please spam Trota in the community.